Good evening. It is November 19th, 2024. It is 6:02. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Chief. With that, let's get started with the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Let's get started with the roll call. Samantha, can you just, we're a mess today.
Say it into the mic.
Yes, can you, roll call, starting with Samantha.
Hi, I'm Samantha Kearns.
Olivia Welchertoff.
Laura Stevens.
Israel Carey.
Peter Rigosagas.
Elizabeth DeBrule.
Jack Carbonell, School Board Rep.
Joe Alexander.
Frank Hobbs.
Kelly Boyer, Select Board Rep.
Brian Mazer.
Allison DeCesare.
Richard Manzo.
And I have Danielle Besora and Derek Warren here, staff support. We also have various town department heads here to present. They'll announce themselves when they come to speak. With that, I have, through some feedback from Laura Stevens, she's asked that we have public comment at the beginning and the end of the meeting. I think that that's valuable, seeing how somebody can come up and speak if they have something to say about the budget at the beginning, but if they end up sitting through the meeting and they have something to add based on what we've done or something somebody said during the meeting, I want to give them the opportunity to speak as well. So with that, we'll have public comment. Is there anyone here from the public that wishes to speak today? All right, seeing none, I'll close the first public comment. Approval of minutes. Danielle has asked that I wait on that as well. They're not ready yet. Old business. So tonight we're going to hear an overview from Derek and Danielle regarding the 2025 budget. We're then going to hear from the Sewer Enterprise Fund, Town Hall, Public Works, and Parks and Rec this evening. So with that, I'm going to let Derek and Danielle kick it off.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the Budget Committee. Does everybody have one of the handouts? It is up on the screen, but unfortunately, it's either all the lights or none of the lights, so I will stay with that. And we do have a few extra copies. They're also available on the town website, and I'll speak to that in just a minute. So, again, to reiterate, we'll be presenting about half the budget this evening. We'll provide the Budget Committee with an overview and Sewer Enterprise Fund, and then 3 of the departments. And then we will finish up with 3 departments and special articles. And if you have questions about anything, I believe the process is just raise your hand, be recognized by the chair, and be happy to answer it as we go along. In your budget binders at tab number 2, you have the detailed next year budget reports. So these are available now on the town website. So if people at home want to read along or do some research, if they go to the How Do I in the main menu and select Budget, we have all the detailed budget reports as well as this presentation. And for the benefit of the Budget Committee members or anyone following at home, we really provided you with 2 separate lines to show 2024 budget. We provided you a column that is the 2024 default budget. That is basically what was passed when the proposed budget failed at town meeting. And then on March 18th, the Select Board met with department heads and performed a series of budget transfers to provide a budget for guidance for spending in 2024. That is shown in the 2024 revised budget column. Again, they both sum to the same amount when you get to the end of the general fund. But you may have some departments that have a little bit more and some were moved around. So if you see a year-to-date that looks much higher than the 2024 default budget, it's really because the department heads were looking at that revised budget as we operated throughout the year. And that's where I'd like to start, is the 2024 default budget. And for those, we're on slide number 5. So the proposed budget failed at town meeting, as you're aware. So we are operating under the 2024 default budget. So what is that? That is the same appropriations as the prior year for 2023. We had, that is reduced by debt service. We don't have a lot of contracts that went away because those CBAs, either there was one in effect and then there were 3 approved at town meeting in 2024. It's reduced by one-time expenditures. A lot of times in our capital CIP, you'll have one-time projects that are not carried forward in the default budget. And that's also reduced by salaries and benefits of positions. So in 2024, we did not have any proposed reductions in salaries of benefits, so it's really that same staffing as 2023. The 2024 default budget was just over $1 million less than the Budget Committee's proposed budget, and that does not include any of the additional special articles that were proposed as part of the ballot. So when the Select Board met with department heads on March 18th, they used their budget transfer authority to set the budget for departments. And what I've highlighted in the left column here is reductions. As you can see, the decision was made to make reductions in quite a few of our capital projects. Solid waste packer, the police parking lot, we reduced the server project that was originally in the proposed budget for $280,000. We maintained that for $150,000. Message trailers, library windows, IT third-party monitoring was an operational cost that we were trying to provide some additional support to our IT staff rather than so we could get some 24/7 monitoring of our servers and incident response. And then a handful of contracted part-time wages as well as the merit line. The Select Board did maintain the same level of town services. The Select Board maintained current staffing levels. The Select Board implemented the compensation plan for non-union employees. I'll speak a little bit more on this in a couple slides. And a lot of this was made possible because we had a few different buckets of COVID money. We had the American Rescue Plan Act, local fiscal recovery funds. The majority of those funds were spent to redo our emergency radio towers and radio system that the police and fire use, but there was a small bucket left from that, as well as we received Invest New Hampshire Municipal Per Unit Grant. This was from the state of New Hampshire. It was their ARPA local fiscal recovery fund. The state got about $1.25 billion, and one of their projects was when affordable housing was given grants in a timely manner, communities could receive those municipal per unit grants. So the town received $630,000 from that, and departments have used different portions of that. For example, the library used that for part of their roof repair, to repair the leaking roof, as well as painting. The fire department used it for some different projects. We have a project that's currently out to bid for design revenue collection, and we're also potentially using some of those funds to help finish up the server project this year. So that having those extra buckets this year were very helpful to the departments to really get some of those projects done and maintain the same level of service. Those funds have to be fully spent or allocated by the end of this year. So we will not have that bucket to pull from next year. So as I talked about, I did want to speak to the pay point classification and compensation study. This was included, the funding for this study for a third-party vendor to come in and study our classification and compensation for both union and non-union positions was funded in the 2023 budget. We went through with that, and the proposed budget that the Budget Committee passed along to town meeting included those proposed wage adjustments. The Select Board, with their vote on March 18th, made the decision to implement the recommendations of the compensation plan. So overall, this was a 2023 wage study that was implemented a full year later in 2024. So the select board made the decision to aim for the 60th percentile of those communities studied. On average, non-union employees were 8.3% below that market that the select board set. So that was implemented on July 1st, 2024, a full year after the study was completed. And the reason we did that is, as you look at some of our full-time turnover over the last 9 years, we have started creeping up in our full-time turnover. I think a lot of that can be attributed to either generational or people's attitudes after coming out of COVID. And we understand that, and there are new challenges as an employer, but we're starting to get to the point where we're turning over about 15% of our full-time workforce every year. On top of that, we're doing about 20% of our part-time workforce, and these are part-time regulars. This is not seasonal lifeguards, interns at different departments that we're having to onboard and offboard every year. This is the regular part-time employees. We're having quite a bit of turnover. So the select board really felt that updating the pay plan for non-union employees and negotiating good CBAs with our 4 unions was very important. And just to provide you a little bit, what slide are we on? We're on slide number 8, or actually we're going to move over to 9. So for budgeted positions, we are a little bit different than the school. We are about 50% union, 50% non-union against all of our, across our 6 departments. And what we've provided here is a breakdown of where those unions live. In the police budget, there are 2. There are the dispatchers and clerks and the patrol officers union. In fire, you have the professional firefighters of Goffstown. We are currently in negotiations with that union and hope to be bringing forward a negotiated contract and cost items to town meeting this year. We are still working on that with them, making good headway. And Public Works has their DPW. So as the select board kind of went into their budget this year, I think they really focused on three goals. Maintain the level of service that residents and taxpayers are used to, retain quality employees, as well as attract candidates to fill existing vacant positions. The budget that you have in your budget binder does have some positions that are currently vacant, but the select board has decided to maintain staffing levels at all departments. And then also, you'll see a big uptick in our proposed CIP budget this year over what was in last year's default budget. So the select board understands the importance of our CIP program, the capital investment in our facility, fleets, and technology. So move on to the next slide to look at some of our cost drivers. And we get the benefit of going after the school district. The school district is quite a bit different than the town. The town funds capital projects within our operating budget, which is our CIP portion of the budget. That's in Department 88. And on occasion, the select board will pull out specific projects for warrant articles. So you will see that difference there. The town does not have a CRF fund for CIP, and we do not have a contingency fund. Another big difference is the town budget is made up of about 66% of salaries and employee benefits. And that's split roughly down the middle between union and non-union when you take into account all of our seasonal and part-time summer staff. So that 50% non-union is not in our default budget. You'll be looking at your 2023 wages against 2025 proposed for our non-union employees. And then the other third of the budget is really subject to those, the rising costs that we've seen in services and commodities and the goods that we purchase. So we would really ask you to look, as you're doing this, is there will be, and we understand the budgetary constraints that you have upon you, And a lot of times, there's a comparison that's made between 2025 default and 2025 operating. We understand that. Just understand that the 2023 default bled over, or the 2023 approved budget became the 2024 default with a few differences. And then 2024 default became the 2025 default. So really, that 2025 default is almost entirely the 2023 appropriation that was approved by town residents. We do not have as much in our default budget. Of course, last year, there were 3 CBAs that were overwhelmingly supported by the voters, so those are in our 2025 default, but all of those one-time costs or anything have fallen off over the years. So again, we would ask, the proposed non-union wages compared against 2023, you're going to see some significant, some pretty big deltas between the 25 proposed and what you saw in 23, the 24 default, and the 25. We will bring forward, we did bring forward those 3 approved CBAs. Another cost driver is our medical rates. This year, the town, through Health Trust, our provider, our medical rates increased 9.5%. And hopefully, you can see that chart on the bottom right. Last year, we had a 12.8% increase. Those are 2 big increases followed right up. On average, the 5-year average has been 6.2%, but to have 2 of those years right in a row, prefer to go back to 22 and 23 when we had a decrease and a very slight increase, but it is what it is.
Just to reiterate, those 2 health insurance increases are not in the default budget.
Another big cost driver for us is solid waste disposal. Earlier this year, the town signed a new year 7-year agreement for solid waste. This is really our tipping fees for where refuse goes to. A few years ago, Casella up north, we started getting to the point where we were doing a 1-year escalator. It was based off a metric, and that was getting escalated every year, but we could not negotiate a longer-term solid waste agreement with them because there is so much uncertainty with how much more room they have with the landfill up north. So the select board signed a 7-year agreement for a little bit more certainty, but it does have increased costs, and this is to truck our trash to Waste Management in Rochester, New Hampshire.
Derek, I have a question with that. This seems like quite a jump over 7 years. Like who negotiated this? Like, I feel like 64.96 per ton this year, even with an escalation, is it ever going to hit that number? Because I've tracked the tipping over the time I've been on the budget committee, and it's fluctuated. It's certainly gone up and down, but this seems like the only certainty we have is that the cost is going up to 126 per ton in 7 years.
That is definitely the certainty. I think we're getting to the point, though, where Waste Management was going to be perhaps the only landfill that we were going to be able to bring with, and we wanted to get in there before they shut the door on other municipalities or there was a change to it. So I think it was, I think when we looked at our 2024, if we used the Casella escalator, we would have been close to $70 per ton. So it was a slight uptick of what we would have been paying should we had stayed with Casella, but I think DPW and the select board was really looking for that certainty that we had some place to send it to.
Adam,
I'll spend some oxygen now so I can save some later.
Adam, can you just introduce
Oh,
yourself?
sorry, Adam Jacobs, DPW Director. So as Derek mentioned, with the Casella landfill up north, North Country landfill, they could only guarantee us a home for our trash through part of 2025. They couldn't extend us any farther than that. We didn't want to be at a critical situation where now we're paying, we're forced to pay potentially 30 to 40 bucks a ton more almost overnight whenever they finally shut the door up there. We checked around. There are really only the 2 big landfills right now in the state, and then the other option will be waste-to-energy plants. The waste-to-energy plants that are signing contracts right now with other towns are about $100 a ton, some $105. What Waste Management was willing to do was extend us for a longer term, but backload some of the increases so it would ease they really wanted a higher rate at the beginning of this term, because that's what their going rate now is for trash disposal. So they agreed to lower increases in the first couple of years of the contract to ease the burden for us to jump, because they knew it was mid-budget year. But then some of the increases that you see on the tail end are to make up for that difference. So this was the best way to lock in, and in the end, it's, there's really narrowing options in New Hampshire, and nobody's really certain what's going to happen once Waste Management, or Casella closes. Waste Management has at least 7 years left of space, but beyond that, they're not sure either. So it's going to get really expensive really quick. I think I've been kind of trying to wave the white flag a little bit at our previous, budget cycles. It's coming to a head really quickly. So we felt the longest term we could possibly lock in would be the most beneficial. So that's kind of where that came from.
Other questions about this? Peter, go ahead.
Really quickly, what was the rate that they initially were saying they wanted to go with for this upcoming year?
So Casella, we're coming out, so through our contract renews in April, renewed in April, and now does with Waste Management. We were paying $64.96 through March. In April of this year, 2024, that rate would have jumped up to about $70. I think it was $69.80.
69 and change, yeah.
It would have been based, that contract had a floor of 2% or the BLS index for waste and sewer rate increases for the Boston area, the New England area. So it was up around a 5.8%, I think, projected increase for 2024 in April if we had stayed with Casella. But again, just with only the 1 year guarantee. So we would have been about just under 70 a ton. So Waste Management got us slightly above that, but it wasn't a crushing amount.
Sorry, I should clarify. I was asking what Waste Management was initially saying they wanted to offer for 2024. Because they basically are like...
They're
yeah.
backloading the increase, right?
Yeah, so we don't
I
jump.
think it was around 90, but I'd have to go back and look at my notes from the conversations. But.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Adam.
And then also, you'll see another cost driver is we've got about $1.5 million in additional projects in our CIP, which is above the 2025 default. That is not 1.5 million additional in tax collection, because a couple of those projects have some pretty significant revenue offsets. So we'll point those out when we actually get to those. So for the overview of the Select Board budget, revenues. So I know that the Budget Committee has really been focusing on the revenues. Really, one of the few ones that we have control over is that fees and department revenues. So this is fees that we charge at Town Hall for applications, building permits, those items. Also, some of our leases for use of Grassmere Town Hall, as well as we provide prosecutorial services to towns, tower leases, really any fees that we have the ability to set. There is an uptick in those between the 24 budget and the 25. Interest on investment has been very good, and we're predicting that that will continue into next year, but again, that's not something that we have a lot of control over. Motor vehicle registrations, again, one that we've been very conservative with in the past, but we've seen that increase. Taxes, RSA fees and penalties, that's penalties on and interest on late taxes. We have no control over that. We really just have to look at when those are coming in. Meals and rooms, we've been fortunate that that has been slowly upticking from the state, so we've shown that. Highway block has been pretty level. And then in this budget, state grants, we do have, the Select Board did accept I believe it was a hazard mitigation grant, a hazard mitigation grant for a replacement of a culvert on Montalona, and that's 80% funded. So that has an offsetting revenue. We've got it fully appropriated, as well as federal grants. And then when you bring that revenue over versus the appropriation, what I show here is what went into the tax bills that went out last week. You've got your 2024 operating budget, as well as the voter-approved warrant articles. Again, the voters overwhelmingly supported 3 CBAs. They also voted in appropriations for Crispin House and Goffstown Main Street program. And that was a tax effort of about $18.3 million. The select board budget, as is in your binder right now, is an appropriation of $28.4 million. The select board has made a decision on October 30th to fund the fire apparatus capital reserve fund from unassigned fund balance. So there's that offsetting revenue is shown there. Additionally, the board moved, Adam had proposed an increase to the reclamation line, our road plan. It has been held at $1.6 million for the last few years. $1.6 million doesn't buy as much asphalt and everything else. So what we had done in the past is we've moved that increase out to a separate article to really kind of let the voters see, do they want us to continue up with the pace, or do we start falling behind on the maintenance and reconstruction of our roads? Again, we will be bringing forward a CBA with the professional firefighters, and both Crispin House and Goffstown Main Street program, talking with them, I anticipate that they will be requesting a funding from the select board, and it'll be yet to be determined on that. But as you can see in that the right side, we're estimating with this budget that the select board has put forward to the budget committee, there is an increase of about $2.5 million on the tax side. I think that's all that I have for the overview. And at this point, be happy to answer any questions, or we could move on to individual departments.
Yeah, so we'll do questions, and then if you want to sit and do town hall.
Do you mind if we
Or
get
unless
sewer enterprise fund?
Yeah, we could do sewer and then move into town hall.
Yeah, yeah,
So
thank
any
you.
questions about the overall budget yet? All right, Lynn and Tim. Welcome.
Hi, everyone, thank you. I am Tim Redmond, I'm chairman of the Sewer Commission, and this is Lynn Pooler, she's our secretary, our executive secretary. This is a new format, so I'll just read from the provided literature here, and we'll go from there. So everyone, as we always say, the sewer fund operates as an enterprise fund, really supported by the fees paid by the customers connected to the sewer system. There is no tax impact related to this fund. The department is managed by 3 elected commissioners who serve staggered 3-year terms. The other 2 commissioners, David Pierce and Daniel Taylor. The Sewer Commission was established in 1956 at a town meeting and reaffirmed at a 1971 town meeting decision. We have 3 full-time non-union employees, the sewer executive secretary, which is Lynn, the sewer superintendent, which is Corey White, and the assistant sewer foreman is Keith Canton. We send out 2,169 sewer account bills twice a year. We did that a few years ago to try to cut costs on envelopes and our postage fees. The 2025 budget changes and highlights. Our budget is generally the same year to year. We make small budget changes based on what happens in the prior year. We did take 2 lines from computer and communications and telecommunications that were in 2 different areas of our budget, and we combined them into the administrative line. One was in the pump station area, and the other one was administration. We moved them together and put them into the administration line. This year, we broke out the Manchester operation and maintenance, which is our monthly fees for the wastewater that goes to the city of Manchester for processing. It's metered at the city end of our line. And we broke it out into the operating and maintenance and the Manchester projects. We are a 4.11% shareholder in the wastewater treatment plant in Manchester. So we are responsible for a little over 4% of all of their capital projects within the plant itself. Nothing to do with anything out in the streets or with their collection system. So we wanted to get a better line on what we were going to owe for our maintenance and what we're going to owe for these projects to the city of Manchester. One of our commissioners recently attended a meeting, and we received a 7-year plan from the city of Manchester, which lays out the next 7 years and how the different projects will affect our budget. And we are going to budget accordingly to pay our 4% fair share. The other thing is in CIP, we have about 7 years left, 7 or maybe 8 years left of major line replacement projects in our CIP schedule. They're very expensive. They've gone from $350,000 projects to $800,000 projects because of the costs related. We are adding a replacement of a vehicle to the CIP line for this year. We have a 2015 F-350 pickup, which we were a 50% shareholder on it with, I correct myself, we owned that one from DPW because DPW and sewer used to share vehicles, and then we had an alternating year payment plan for vehicles. So the 2015 Ford came to us when we broke away from DPW entirely, and it's time to replace that. So we have some money in there this year to replace that vehicle. I don't have anything else according to the sheet I was handed, so if anybody has any questions, I would try to answer any questions if possible.
Any questions for Tim or Lynn? Go ahead, Samantha.
Thank you. So I'm looking at this town budgeted position, so you would fall under Public Works. How many employees?
No, we're under town hall, is that correct? Or
So
even on
the
there?
sewer commission are not shown on that sheet,
Okay,
or the sewer employees.
okay.
One, Lynn works out of town hall, but she's fully within the sewer enterprise fund. She's not shown on there, and the two others, at one point were shared with DPW, but now they are fully out of the sewer budget, so they're not shown on that chart as well. So we really, that is really the general fund only.
Okay.
As I said, we aren't part of the taxes, so to speak. All our fees, all our expenses come out of fees.
Okay.
We had a shared employee agreement with DPW, and in conversation with Adam and the sewer commissioners, we thought it was in the best interest for us to have our own employees to operate directly for the sewer department, and they have theirs, and we don't share vehicles or payroll or insurances or anything involved. We're strictly a sewer department with sewer employees that are funded by the sewer department.
Jack?
Mine are sort of curiosities. With the Manchester improvements, are they going to uptick our flow capacity or ability to get more flow capacity, or where do we sit for?
We
what
actually
we've
have
been
more
for?
flow capacity than we're using at this time, Jack.
In how much we get left, though?
We have probably 1 million gallons left that we're not using.
All right.
That's a result of a couple of things. Briefly, the prior group of guys, Mike Yurgo and Mike Walton, when they were running things for the commissioners, we undertook a program of lining the existing clay sewer tiles in the village and in Bernardville. Water infiltration from groundwater was a huge problem for the sewer lines. It's sending clean water to the plant to be processed, and we had to pay for that. So with slip lining the pipes, we reduced the annual, or not the annual flow, I think it was monthly flow, by about 300,000 gallons a month. So we cut it a lot, and that was where we were able to backtrack a little on our usage, but we still have plenty of reserve for the town to add to the system should a major project come in or an industry or something that would require a large flow on the sewer lines.
Perfect, thank you.
All right. Frank?
What was the reason for the truck replacement? Is it not working, or?
The truck is suffering from the usual rust disease, and we are trying to decide if we want to spend money on rust repair, which never ends, or just get rid of the truck and get something new, and hopefully it will last longer with better maintenance and better. We've used an undercoating product now called fluid film, and that's hoping to reduce the rust on the chassis and in the bodies. Also, the pickup has become not useful, I should say. They have to lift the heavy sewer covers in and out of the back of the pickup truck over the tailgate. And being a big truck, a 350 pickup, it's fairly high. So we're trying to move towards equipment that will be more user-friendly for the guys. We're going to get a tailgate lift system for the next truck, where if they have something heavy that has to be loaded in a truck, they can put it on the Tommy gate, which is a hydraulic gate, and lifts it up, and they can slide it into the body. And to have a truck that has a utility body on it this time, which has toolboxes, and they'll be equipped for sewer line emergencies and repairs, and instead of having to go out and determine a project problem and drive all the way back to the shop to get parts, we're hoping to carry some parts and pieces to take care of things in the field when they come up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Darren.
I just wanted to double check, so CIP items are also funded through the enterprise fund as well?
Yes, they are.
How are rates looking?
The rates, we just did a study on that. The model was that if we did not raise the rates at all, the sewer enterprise fund would have 5 years left, and we would be at a zero balance in the sewer enterprise fund based on our present costs. The prior commissioners, for whatever reason, didn't raise the rates for over 20 years for sewer users in town. And we started to go backwards on sewer rates. So we've adopted a plan for the next 7 years that it's going to have rate increases for the next 7 years on a declining scale. But we need to make sure that the sewer enterprise fund remains funded for the long term until we get through this major construction phase. Once the major construction phase is completed, we're going to look at rates and see if we can operate more on a budget and not have to have so many expensive repairs to make in the field. Therefore, we hopefully won't need as much money from the ratepayers to fund the long-term construction projects.
20 years.
No, the rates didn't go up for 20 years. I always thought that a few small rates increases are better than large ones.
Yeah.
And we raised rates $50 per year. Basically, a three-bedroom house pays about a $400 bill a year. And we raised rates $50 this year. So a three-bedroom house, which is an average user, will be increased to $450 this year. We have another rate set for next year increase of $40. So we're going to raise it again. But we only vote on the rate increases on an annual basis as we review the funds and review how the people are able to handle the rate increases and make sure that we don't over-increase the rates more than we actually need to collect to keep the fund solvent. But it was driven on a mathematical model to keep that sewer fund solvent in the long term.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone all set? Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Derek, Danielle, if you can, move into town hall.
Great. So the first department that in the general fund that we will review this evening is Town Hall. This appears in next year budget reports pages 1 through 5. As you can see from the pie chart there, we are about 2/3 personnel costs between salaries and employee benefits. We currently have 21 full-time employees and 2 part-time. Everyone at Town Hall is a non-union employee. Overall, the department provides administrative support to 6 elected and 7 appointed boards. And one of our other big cost drivers is information technology. We provide the information systems for all departments townwide. This includes the hardware and software costs as well as telephone, internet, and mobile. There are a few exceptions to this when it comes to some of the emergency responder radios and some very specialized technological equipment for them, but for the most part, it comes out of the town hall budget. And I'll go through each of the different sections. So the first is administration. We have 3 full-time employees and 2 part-time. This provides oversight for the entire department as well as GTV employees. GTV employees are funded through the GTV revolving fund, which was established at town meeting in 2013 and is funded from revenues from Comcast cable. We provide policy recommendations to the select board. We lead the negotiation teams when we're doing union CBAs, carry out policies of the select board, and also provide HR support for all of our departments. For the most part, we serve as a primary contact between many state agencies in the town, as well as serve as a resource for our local elected officials, whether they work here in the town or up in Concord. And in the administration side, we support right now four boards: the Select Board, Historic District Commission, the newly formed River Advisory Committee, and the Village Bridge Ad Hoc Committee. The town clerk's office, this is probably the office that most residents are familiar with. This is where people go for vital records, to register the vehicle, or to register to vote or pick up an absentee ballot. They've actually got 2 sections within the budget, and these are all dictated by the state budget forms. There are 3 full-time non-union employees there. They bring in the majority of our revenue for the town. So we receive about between 3.5 and we're estimating 3.7 million for 2025 for motor vehicle and boat registrations. They're also responsible for dog licensure, vital records, and the maintenance of official town records. On the election side, Kathy and her staff do a great job managing all the election day operations. And one of the things you'll see when you get into the line by line this year is elections will have a reduction. We're going from a year where we had 4 elections to only 1, only the town election. So you'll see a significant decrease there. But there is quite a bit of coordination that goes on with the 200 poll workers. We have provided a rough estimate of what we had for absentee ballots, simply to show of the number. That's a very time-consuming process, not only to fulfill the request, but also to catalog as they come back into the office and get them organized so they can be processed on election day. So for when you look at year-to-dates for this department for 2024, we brought in 3 extra people to help with the absentee ballots for our general election. We have never seen 1,000 absentee ballots, so the elections is really tight and probably over their budget on a couple items as you look to the year-to-dates for 2024. They also process the voter registrations, working with the elected supervisors of the checklist, and then they manage candidate filings. Finance, we have 4 full-time non-union positions in that. They manage 19 separate accounting funds. So general fund you've heard from tonight, the sewer enterprise fund. We also have a number of revolving funds, conservation funds, heritage funds, grant funds, escrow, impact fee funds. So there's quite a bit of accounting that goes on in there. And you can see that information there. Annually, we're taking in about $70 million that needs to be processed, managed, and reported on. So again, that's funds, that's payments going in and out. It's quite a undertaking for those 4 employees there. They're also charged with managing the benefits, open enrollment, which is going to be starting up here in the next couple of weeks for our over 145 employees, as well as retirees. In the state of New Hampshire, we are mandated by law that we have to offer insurance to our retirees. So they are also working with those retirees. We currently do weekly payroll for those employees. And then we have quite a bit of monthly, quarterly, and annual reporting. Additionally, as many of you know, Danielle serves as the primary liaison for Budget Committee. So she's here many nights, as well as CIP, trustees of the trust fund, as well as supporting Select Board and any other board that has questions about any budgetary items.
Elizabeth?
I have a question, Derek, what you just said about the insurance for retirees, you're talking about health insurance?
Yes.
Does that go only up to 65?
No, that's for retirees. They pay 100% of it, but we have to offer it, and we're part of the open enrollment, so we work with Health Trust to collect those forms and everything for those. But for retirees, we have to offer it. So we do have separate plans that are specifically designed for those retirees, and retirees pay 100% of the rates, but there is a work associated with that.
Are many people taking that option?
Over 60 of them are, so quite a few, actually.
Oh, sorry, it's right.
That's okay. For the employees that are under age 65, they have to be able to have access to the same plan that they were on while they were an active employee. So if we negotiate a new plan, say with the police union or something, they have to have access to that plan. But then once they reach 65, they have retiree-only, like wraparound plans that we have to
Okay.
learn the benefits on and
So
walk
more
them
like
through all of those.
in the business world, usually your retirement, your health insurance only goes until you're 65, and then you're expected to get on Medicare. And so it's the same thing, basically.
Same idea, yep. Yeah, and then the wraparound plan is an option. The difference with the municipal groups is if somebody leaves our group, they cannot return to our group unless they were to go to a qualifying group plan outside of our pool. So if somebody chooses as a retiree to get their own insurance through a private entity, they wouldn't be able to come back during open enrollment.
Okay.
Derek, we had budgeted, I think, a couple years ago for an HR director position.
Yes.
Was that position ever filled, or I'm looking at benefits administrator, is that what?
So
Like-
that position is currently filled, and what we did in this budget, and you'll see this when you look at the detail level, when we go back to the administration, the 41,300 department or division, in the 2024 budget, that was 50% paid for the town administrator and 50% paid for the HR director, or it was actually HR coordinator role. In the 2025 budget, we've moved that entire position, and Danielle has moved into that role as the HR director and assistant town administrator. So the finance director used to be a finance director and assistant town administrator. We've basically taken that assistant town administrator hat, moved it over to the HR director, and now you've got 4 dedicated employees or staff positions in finance.
Okay. Great, thank you.
I was just going to add to that specific question on the benefits administrator. That person does the processing of a lot of forms, assists with some employee turnover paperwork for calculations for payroll, as well as all of our accounts payable for all town-wide.
Tax collector and our assessor's office, these are kind of go hand in hand, especially at this time of year. In the tax collector's office, we have one full-time tax collector. We have also budgeted additional hours that are split between June and December. This is really that week leading up to when tax bills are due, to have an additional person at the window to help those people that still come into town hall. We've got over 6,800 property tax bills that go out. As you can see there, in 2024, we're collecting over $55 million. Again, that is for the town as well as local, state education, and the county portion. They're also tracking those tax liens when somebody still has an outstanding property tax bill in the spring. They go to lien and they track those. Tax collector is also in charge. We have a water betterment. This was done back in 2011. This was to bring water down to Lynchville Danis Park, that's the LVDP, and there are still a handful of properties down there that still pay twice a year on that betterment. And then on a daily basis, they're providing proration. Anytime there's a real estate transfer or something, somebody will call in, and that proration is not just on the tax, it's also on the LVDP or sewer bills. And we've got a great relationship with the sewer department. Lynn, who was here earlier, she's our deputy tax collector, so she can collect tax bills as well, but also our tax collector we work in, when Lynn's out of the office, can take in sewer payments. There's a little bit of cross-training there. On reval of property, this is really the assessor's office. We have 1.5 employees there. The biggest project that they and most people are aware of is they just completed the 5-year cyclical revaluation. Many people saw a jump in their assessment to bring it closer to 100%. Annually, Scott is going out and picking up building permits, changes to assess properties, like changes to property that's in current use. If somebody takes it out of current use, he'll go out and assess what needs to be built. They're also reviewing and processing all of our elderly exemptions credits, veterans credits, solar exemptions. And they're also charged with, Scott is charged with putting together the MS1, our evaluation every September. He prepares the warrant in May for the first half, and then once the tax rate is set, he prepares that in the fall, as well as all other taxes that we collect.
Samantha?
It's gonna sound like a silly question. How is someone 50% full-time? Aren't they then just part-time?
So that's a good question. That's a good question. So it's 100% full-time individual. She's shared between 2 departments. So you'll see her
Okay.
50% here and 50% building. So she's in the land use office. When you go into the land use office and you say, I have a question about assessing, she jumps up and she helps you. She says, I have a question about building, she jumps up and helps you. It's just, so we pay for it out of 2 parts of the budget.
Okay, and so
So-
it's all split between everything?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Elizabeth?
Those tax liens, how is that tracking historically? Is that pretty average number? Is that higher, lower than what's
No,
normal?
I think we're pretty, yeah, go ahead.
So typically, you'll hear me say at the end of the year when we come around to our unassigned fund balance discussion, we typically go into the next year with about $1.5 million underpaid. At this point in the year, you can see that we've successfully collected about $1 million, although it's a year late. And that is where we've been tracking for the last 4 to 5 years. So we actually are considered to have a very good collection rate. We're up over 90% collection.
So the town works with those people to work out a plan, or?
So-
To be honest, I don't know how a tax lien works,
So, okay, so when you don't pay your property tax bill, once we get into February, we send out statutory letters that explains that we're going to place a lien on your property. And then that lien is generally placed at the end of April.
Which means they can't sell it, right? That's like a lien on their mortgage, basically.
Yeah,
So-
they need, that's usually, we are first priority to be cleared.
Okay, if they do sell it.
Yes.
Right.
Got it,
Yep.
okay.
And that lien would stay in place, and when you're on the when you come to the 3rd year of that lien, when we get to about September, the town has to make the decision of whether or not you're going to take that property by tax deed. We've been very fortunate in the last few years, and Stephanie does a wonderful job working with people to get them into payment plans that avoid us taking property by tax deed, because we do not want to, especially with a single-family home, we do not want to be in the landlord-tenant position. So she will work out payment plans that they will get that lien paid off in 10 months so that they can start, because normally when you have a lien that's going towards deed, you have 2 liens right behind it. Because you didn't
Right,
you
you
didn't
got
pay
3
those.
years.
Yeah.
So that it's gonna compound.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So you'll see a lot of the same properties that are continually unable to pay their property taxes or choose not to. I mean, we don't ask the reason. but Stephanie does a wonderful job getting them on a payment plan so we can avoid the tax deed and so that they can start chipping away at that next lien earlier. So she works out payment plans, those payment plans go to the select board for approval.
Okay.
Derek, can you talk to me a little bit about the pilots, the payment in lieu of taxes?
Yes.
I know St. A's, like, does St. A's pay it? And then
So we have,
what other pilots are we receiving on the revenue side? Because I think Elizabeth was talking a little bit, you brought that up.
I've never heard of that expression before.
so a pilot is
Explain that
payment
one.
in lieu of taxes.
It's like nonprofits, like churches and things.
Oh, okay.
So the town, there are different statutes that allow you to establish a pilot. The town has 3 currently. 2 of them were established for the solar project that is on the Bedford-Goffstown line, right next to Hebert's Auto Yard. That's technically 2 different projects, so we have pilots with that. That assists them with their financing so that they can have some real stability and predictability on what they're going to have for a tax payment every year, rather than basing it off an assessment. The other one is we worked with Greg Falls. Eagle Creek operates Greg Falls, and we did a 5-year pilot with them. Again, they're in the process of starting to renegotiate their lease of that hydro dam with the state of New Hampshire, and they were seeking some predictability in what they would be paying. We're seeking to provide them that predictability and also keep them producing hydroelectricity there, because as we have seen from some of the other dams, once you stop producing hydroelectricity, you may lose that FERC license, and then other things start kicking in where some of those dams might be in jeopardy. So we've really worked with Eagle Creek and they have a 5-year pilot. So they don't have a traditional assessment. They have a payment amount, but we issue that warrant twice a year.
So it's kind of a negotiated amount
Yes.
so the assessment is the part that doesn't change for them?
So the assessment is still tracked, but they have rather than paying based on their assessment and the tax rate, they have a planned payment schedule of what they're paying. And we can bring you what those amounts are versus what their assessments are for the meeting on Thursday.
And just to clarify, Chairman Alexander kind of mentioned in passing it's not just anybody that can sign up for a pilot. There is a hearing process, a public hearing process. It has to abide by RSA 79E, I believe. So there is a very specific limited set of people who can apply for some type of agreement, and it's not an endless agreement. It has to have a specific term in which they would then consider reapplying if they still meet all the conditions.
Is one of the conditions something along the lines of a public benefit?
Well, one of the ones is renewable energy.
Okay.
So there is really specific, I think the legislature probably saw that they seek out that predictability in what their tax payment is going to be, and it does provide a public benefit to have energy produced off of that renewable energy. So that is one of the allowable uses under the law.
Okay.
79E is like TIF districts, tax incentive zone, the zones that are established?
Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's in the 78
It's in
or
the
79
Okay,
somewhere.
It's in that series.
It's ringing a bell.
We'll provide, I'll provide a quick memo just on what the terms are.
The number and the letters.
It's somewhere in the 78s or
79.
No, they said 79E, and I was
I
like,
was
that's ringing a bell.
Yeah, 79E is the.
That's kind of
is
freaky.
The tax incentive zones, the TIF
Yes.
districts.
Yes, to
Yeah.
improve, yeah.
Allison.
Do we receive any funds from Hillsborough, from the county?
Very,
Very few.
very, very small. They do have a portion of their land that is in current use, and they do have
I
to,
think it's
I think we get,
$400 a
we get
year.
$400 a year.
$400 a year?
Yeah.
Don't spend it all in one place.
Yeah.
How much property of ours do they have?
Hundreds and I think somewhere out.
700 acres?
Yeah, I think it's like 700 acres.
And they pay $400 for them?
Yep.
For 175 years. They bought that in 1849.
Who do we write to?
Your state reps.
No comment.
I appreciate that, but I still don't think there's much you guys can do when you're facing state reps
No,
in
there's a
every
county,
other
no,
town.
so you wear different hats. You wear a county delegation hat, where at the end of the day, we don't necessarily negotiate the whole budget. There's an executive committee, but every state rep from Hillsborough County is a member of the county delegation. And we have one vote out of I think it's 123 of us. So the budget is 123 state reps come together in June and vote on the budget that the commissioners, the county commissioners handed us. And we also form an executive committee, which is like the leadership of that.
Which we had one representative on.
Fred Plett.
Fred Plett,
Is
yeah.
current, well, until his term is over. He's currently on the executive committee. So usually we try to get somebody from Goffstown on the committee, but I was just talking to the fire chief about this. Like, there's a lot of things that we can do in the county with surplus funds to make sure we're offsetting some of the impact that happens, especially on the nursing home, the impact from the nursing home on the fire department and things like that. So there's things that we're working on this year, especially how the county has quite a bit of surplus funds that I've tried to use to offset taxes before, but didn't have the votes for on the county delegation level. But there's things that we're working on. Go ahead, Allison.
So did they ever buy the property from us? Did we
Yes.
ever get any? So we
Yes.
at
No,
some
it
point-
wasn't, they didn't buy it from us, they bought it from a man who's ironically, his last name was Poor.
I'm glad you're here.
And it became the county Poor Farm, which is why there's a cemetery off of the rail trail where there's numbered headstones. That is the Poor Cemetery, where they buried the poor. And there's a whole book at the Historical Society, the Goffstown Historical Society, that matches up, or tries to match up names with each of the numbers on the headstones.
So can I ask a follow-up? If I owned 700 acres in Goffstown, what would I pay?
It would depend on how you're using the land. So,
How about if I use it similarly to what?
if you're in
they
current,
use it?
so if you're in current use, the current use is allowed when the land is for agricultural purposes, forested land, some of those other reasons that this is what happens when you're not an expert at anything and you know a little bit about everything. So there is, you're not taxed at its full potential value, it's a much reduced value. It's when you go and then develop the property, there is a significant one-time penalty. It's called the land use change tax. So there are many people that own large tracts of land that are forested, and that's how they keep it, and they don't pay a very big bill. But if they were ever to get to the point and put in a subdivision,
Or a nursing home, for example, a private nursing
a
home?
private nursing home, something like that, then yes, they would be subject to a land use change tax. And a decision by town meeting, probably about 15 years ago, 100% of the land use change tax goes into the conservation fund. So in some towns, that revenue comes to the general fund. In our town, 100% goes to the conservation fund.
And this isn't like something new. I mean, Concord deals with that with
I'm
the
sure.
state departments. I mean, the state house and the state complex and everything all around
Right.
there, like, it's the same thing where they don't pay taxes. And so it is a problem,
I wanted
right?
to put, right,
Go ahead.
because if I'm correct, Hillsborough County does not own 700 acres in many other towns around us.
They don't at all. They own a
Right,
little
so
bit in, they
it
have, I
only-
checked into this.
Manchester and
They have
Nashua, they have
Manchester and
some.
Nashua, they have some offices. Their legal department is in Manchester, Registry of Deeds is in Nashua. Everything else for the county is in Goffstown, and no place else. So, I mean, I don't think we're ever gonna get the lost revenue from that property because it was a legitimate sale. But I'm still more concerned that we are still paying an enormous assessment every single year, and I don't know why, when we're
Right.
already losing all this revenue, why the other towns are basically freeloading on us. So that and the impact on services, on what it does to the fire department.
Right, yeah, absolutely.
And the fact that, we've talked about this new police station, possibly a fire station or whatever. I mean, that land is perfect for it, and it's sitting there, and
Yeah.
we found out from the police chief that they're thinking about building a jail there, which nobody in this town wants. So,
Wasn't there just one?
I haven't heard anything about jail.
we heard that on the police
The
tour.
women's
The
prison
police
was
chief
there.
mentioned that there's
That's
talk
what I mean,
about.
they just knocked down a jail. Can I ask you a follow-up to what you had said? Or are we just getting off?
Yeah,
Off
no, we
topic
can
a
do
little
this
bit?
during deliberations.
Okay.
I mean, it's quick, it's fine.
From what you were saying about the group and the number of people and everyone from Hillsborough as a delegate, are you saying we really only have like one person, so it's, or how many people from Goffstown
There's-
are represented on that?
There's six Six
Six
out
out
of
of how many?
123 reps
So there's
represent
six who
Goffstown.
care about Goffstown, and the
So,
rest couldn't care less.
The issue that you run into is if I make a motion at the county delegation meeting to put $250,000 in from surplus to send it to Goffstown for the fire department, I have to convince 78 people
That's
that
what I'm
don't really
asking.
care about
That
the
nobody
tax
cares about.
impact in Goffstown. So it's kind of that, like you have to,
Yeah.
I don't,
That's why I
it's
just
tough,
wanted
yeah.
you to clarify what you had said, to make sure I understood the ridiculousness that just came out of your mouth. Not your fault.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I
This
know.
time-
No
The
matter-
idea,
yeah,
the
no matter
ridiculous
how
idea
hard
that
our
just came
reps
out of your
work
mouth.
for us, they're not going to be able to convince the other towns because it's
Right.
going to come out of their hides.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Sorry, we should let Peter, oh, sorry, never mind.
Laura, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I want to further clarify. So basically, it's, even if everyone's on the same page, people that care about Goffstown, convincing everybody else, even though their stake in it is nothing because it's all I say, with a couple exceptions, in Goffstown. That's correct.
Yeah, we have one county commissioner, right?
Right.
But there's three of them too, so,
Right.
go ahead.
Joe, was it you that had mentioned some sort of legal proceeding
I think it was
last time?
me.
Or
I think it was me who
lawsuits?
said we should sue the county. And I
Oh,
still
you were
think we
just
should sue the
saying,
county.
well, it almost, just want to be really quick, and I know this is more of a deliberation, and it's probably just something more for select board too, but it doesn't sound like that. So it doesn't sound like getting the votes is an option because,
Well, it hasn't been tried, right? So,
true, I'd try it.
yeah, maybe I have 75 friends, I don't know. I mean, we'll see.
If you do, great. But if not, then the question is, what would the other option be?
What are forget it. What are the alternatives?
Okay, let's get to work.
All right.
That's a lot of money.
Well, good.
Okay.
Derek, go ahead.
Okay, so moving on to the next division within Town Hall, you have our information technology. Again, we have 4 non-union full-time employees in this. They provide all the hardware and software support for all town departments. And you've got a breakdown of our computer software. So when you look at that computer software, about 62% of that is town-wide software. That's really your Office 365, a lot of your commonly used applications. And then depending on the department's specific needs, there's a breakdown there as well. And then I've provided here, just so you understand what our replacement schedule is. We have quite a few different, whether it's a desktop, laptop, a ruggedized laptop that goes into a police cruiser. We have quite a few devices that our IT department keeps track of, and we maintain a regular replacement schedule. So you will see an increase in the hardware line. This is simply because the cost of hardware is going up every year. And we are maintaining our device count and maintaining our replacement schedule. The other option would be to drag out those replacements a little bit longer, but that's something we would prefer not to do because then that would put a bigger burden on our employees, and we might get to the point where we have to bring in a 5th employee to start troubleshooting. Why is my laptop not working? Why is my touchpad not working? Why is the battery draining? You know, when you've got a 5-year-old a laptop battery, it's going to drain a lot quicker. These are not household devices. These are used every week, 5-6 days a week. A lot of the laptops are going home on a daily basis, being used. So these get a lot of use, but I did want to provide this to you as a resource as you go through the budget to kind of see what our replacement schedule is. Planning, zoning, and economic development, there's 2.5 full-time employees. Again, there's a 50% in here that's shared with our building and health division. They provide the staff liaison to all of our land use boards. They are currently completing an update of the 2015 site plan and subdivision regulations. These are the regulations that the planning board uses to review all applications that come before them. It hasn't been updated since 2015, and they're finalizing that project right now. I know there's been some discussion here at the Budget Committee, but they're also working with a consultant to update impact fee studies for school, parks and rec, and public safety. We do have a road impact fee schedule, but we're not updating that actual study at the moment. And here you just have some of the applications that you're seeing to see what they're doing on an average annually and what they are bringing in for revenue. We recently, the zoning board and planning board updated some of their application fees and abutter notification fees. Not significantly, again, we're trying to cover the cost. So when somebody comes in and has an application before planning board or zoning board, they're actually covering their costs for us to get those legal notices out. So we just made that change and adopted a change for some of the application fees.
Just real quick,
Was it?
when is the planning board reconsidering the impact fees?
We have not brought it to them. We met with the consultant, and the school met with the consultant through January and February, and we put that project on hold as we were starting the CIP process. The consultant really wanted to see the approved matrix from planning board. The planning board approved the CIP matrix in September, so we're starting up those discussions again so that we can bring a recommendation back to the planning board if we need to make updates to the impact fees.
Okay, so has the consultant issued his report?
He is not.
And when he does, will that be public?
Yes.
Can we receive a notification of when that is?
Yeah, we can make a note.
available?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. And is it true that the planning board exempts over 55 communities from the school portion of the impact fees?
It's written in the impact fee ordinance that age-restricted housing can be exempted from school impact fees, yes.
Okay.
Because again, an impact fee is not supposed to be a collection of a fee to take care of some type of public facility that doesn't meet current standards. It's really to pay for an extension and expansion of that public facility due to new development coming into town.
Okay.
So we just need to be very careful. There have been many towns in New Hampshire that have been taken to court over their collection of impact fees. I know Londonderry had to return $1 million because of the way they collected. They were not collecting it for expansion of capital facilities. So they actually had to go back and return quite a few impact fees. So we need to be very thoughtful on what the impact fee studies say and make sure it's for expanding capital facilities, not just paying for existing capital facilities.
Okay.
Samantha, do you have something?
Yeah, so I noticed the impact fee study is for the school, parks and rec, and public safety. Has there been any thought to include the library in that at all?
I know there was some discussion at CIP with representatives from library. We haven't pursued that at this time. I think one of the things is, again, I think throughout the presentation, when the library Board of Trustees and the library went before the voters, it was really to provide square footage because that facility is undersized. And that you have to be very careful with of collecting impact fees to make something meet today's current standard. It's supposed to be for that expansion. So when we talked about this 2 years ago, the decision was made not to do the library impact fee study, but it's something we always kind of have it out there and might have to revisit in the future.
I'm sorry, so it's,
If you have a capital facility that is substandard for existing residents, you can't charge those new residents to upgrade it to make it better for everybody. It's really to expand the capital facility. So,
but won't making it bigger expand it?
yes. It's, yeah.
Yeah, never mind. Go ahead.
You all set, Peter?
I'm good.
Good?
Samantha, come talk to me after.
Okay.
Oh,
That's tough.
Elizabeth?
I don't know if you watched our earlier meeting. I don't even remember what meeting it was, but just in case you didn't get the message, Jared had some very strong words about the school's lack of participation in calculating impact fees that you might want to talk to him about.
So I know that our consultant sat down with staff from the SAU and did quite a few discussions. I did see one discussion where Jared indicated about the master plan And I think
Right, I'm sorry, it was the master plan.
And I had sent out an
It was Scott
email-
and Brian who were upset about the impact fees. Jared was upset about the master plan.
Yeah, so the master plan does have an education session, or section. We sent that out by email. I can't speak to how much involvement the school board or members of SAU were involved in that process, but I think it's something that we've kind of made a note of when the planning board goes to update that in another 6 or 7 years, that we really need to do a good job to reach out to everybody on that.
All right. Go ahead, Derek.
So building and health inspection, there are a total of 2 employees, but it's really one full-time building inspector, a half shared code enforcement officer, and half of that assessing and building clerk that we spoke about earlier. They review all the building permits and perform all of the inspections. The only inspections they do not provide are life safety inspections. Our fire department does that, but our building office does collect all of the permit applications and all of the fees related to those. And they generate quite a bit of revenue. The unfortunate thing is the way we've been collecting data is the new 1 and 2 family that you see in the bottom and the accessory dwelling units. We don't do a very good job of capturing these new commercial apartment that are going in, whether it's the Mill Project, Bog Road. Those are captured under commercial permit as one permit. We treat those as one permit, and we're discussing do we need to change how we classify those. But they've been generating a pretty significant amount of revenue to cover the cost of some of those permit reviews and those inspections.
Brian.
Thank you, Chair. Derek, could you comment too? I thought there was maybe because we're in a default year, there was going to be another position for the part-time code enforcement as well as the building inspector.
So we have 2 inspectors, one that is half shared with the zoning and planning department. That was historically a zoning code enforcement officer.
Okay.
We changed the job description that it would be do both zoning and building enforcement, to have somebody to provide support. That position's currently vacant, and we're
Okay.
reviewing candidates for that position right now. Historically, we had memorandums of understanding with New Boston and Ware. So when our building inspector went on vacation, we could schedule through Ware and New Boston. Both Ware and New Boston have part-time inspectors, and it's been a revolving door in those communities, so we haven't, it's been almost impossible to get somebody from Ware and New Boston to come and help us and do the inspections. Actually, earlier in March, I had to call the Ware town administrator and said, I'm sorry, we cannot fulfill the memorandum of understanding with you, because it's, right now, it's a one-way memorandum of understanding. We're providing all the services to you, but when I call you for inspections, I can't get anybody. So we actually suspended that with them for a little while. So that's really why we switched 50% over to cover building, so that we can have that internal backup. And maybe we can get to the point where we can provide one-way services for a charge to New Boston and Ware, if they continue down that part-time model.
All right, thanks.
Allison.
Am I reading this correctly? It looks like in 2022, we had the least number of permits, but the highest revenues.
And I think what you're seeing there is you're seeing some expensive projects.
Okay.
So
Like the Bog
whether,
Road, like
the
you
Bog
have
Road
one,
and the
but it's
mill,
huge,
you're
right.
talking, it's one, we categorize it as a commercial permit,
Okay.
but it's a very expensive project when you look at it as square footage.
Mm-hmm.
And those are also very complicated projects because they rise to a different level in the code.
Okay, and that was in 22, that you think that's
Yes.
exactly what we're
Yes.
seeing?
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Go ahead, Jared. Are we all done?
I'm almost there.
All right, great.
We have a lot of divisions we cover in
We
town
do.
hall.
Yes.
Other general government, this is kind of our catch-all, Budget Committee, Historic District Commission, Conservation Commission. What you will see in your budget this year, I did make a slight reduction to Conservation Commission. Historically, we've funded about $11,000 in milfoil. They do that as a reimbursement. They work with Nemaski Lake Association as well as Glen Lake Waterways. They get state funding, they get funding from the state of New Hampshire to either do that, the hand pulling or the machine pulling, and the town helps subsidize that. This was special articles for many years on the warrant, and it was overwhelmingly supported. So that continues, but what we've seen is through that control of milfoil, the actual need of the two water associations has gone down. So in turn, I've reduced that a little bit. And I think our final division, this is Human Services, commonly sometimes referred to our welfare assistant. We have a needs-based, application-based program. We do not have any dedicated staff. We have tried models where we've had part-time employees that will come in for 10 hours a week to process applications, meet with applications. We currently have a welfare assistant that does the intake and the referrals to some of the other organizations, and then Daniela's welfare officer will review those applications and make decisions. So we're seeing a great uptick in our applications, or just people coming in and asking questions. This has gone up quite a bit. As you'll see, as you go into the year to year, for many years, we had budgeted $10,000 in general assistance, and we are probably 80% spent or expended this year, or maybe a little bit less? Okay, but for many years, that $10,000 went untouched because, especially coming out of COVID, there was a lot of federal money that the state was able to support. A lot of those programs have gone away. A lot of the pauses on evictions, not foreclosures, but evictions. A lot of those had been paused, and we're starting to see those. So again, the goal of the program is it's application-based, get them back on their feet, and then also provide them with referrals to other agencies that have things that can help them out.
But the individuals are taking less, according to this? The amount of assistance has decreased?
Yep, so the amount of the assistance has decreased, but our contact hours with clients has more than quadrupled. So what we've noticed is we're spending a lot more time case management side of things, but we're able to connect them with other resources. And the reason we do that is because connecting them with more sustainable resources that are gonna allow them to get back on their feet and have more ongoing assistance. Our needs-based program is a month-to-month, so if somebody qualifies one month, they may not qualify the next month, and they have to reapply on a continual basis. And of course, it's tax dollars, so it's very limited. So there's a component, if somebody does qualify for assistance through the town, they have to repay the town at some point in the future. So it's not just a grant program like other programs could be. So state programs, federal programs, those are grant-based. But tax dollars under the RSA have to be part of a repayment plan.
There's been a huge shift in the nonprofit world in the last 5 years as well to social services.
There has, yes, and that's mainly due to that increased need that we're seeing across all the communities.
Okay.
All right, CIP.
Okay, so CIP this year, we only have one project in CIP. I do want to touch upon one other project, our server replacement. This was in the 2024 budget. I asked the select board to put that out to bid, and I believe that we are getting close to a funding strategy that will be able to fund that project out of 2024, so you will not have to see that. It is not in your budget binder, but it was at one point before the select board pulled it out. The only project that we do have in is we do need to consider replacing the town's ballot counting devices. We have 5 of them. Technically, we have 4, the school has 1. But they're over 20 years old, and the Ballot Law Commission in 2023 and 2024 approved 2 new vendors. So what that says to us is the 20-year-old hardware is most likely not going to be maintained by the vendors anymore. So we'll be looking to take advantage. The state of New Hampshire does have a grant program through 2026 that would pay for $3,500 per replacement. So we would look to do that, and we'll be working with the town clerk and the moderator to bring forward recommendations between one of the 2 approved vendors.
Any other questions? Elizabeth?
So Danielle, you sent a copy of a law about the right to know requests. Could you just put that into real people terms for us?
Sure. So some of the highlights and the recent changes, the state went through and clarified that electronic communications don't count as separate individual communications if somebody makes a request. If they all have the same subject in the email, it's considered one communication. And individuals can now go up to 250,000 individual separate communications. 250. 250. It feels like the same. 250 of them, but regardless of how many individual communications are within that request. So one email string could have 300 emails in it, and that only counts as one towards their 250 limit before the town would have any ability to recoup costs or discuss with them.
So
the
we
burden.
can recoup costs when somebody comes in and asks for a paper copy.
Print copy.
As we move towards more digital, a lot of email communication, when we get those requests, most of the time it's in a electronic format, so we can provide it to them at no cost.
So I would imagine those are mostly from businesses too, businesses who are data mining.
We do, yeah, we do get-
Probably not asking for paper.
We do get a lot of those looking for vendor purchase order list. So when we have those governmental records available, we do have to provide them whether they're a New Hampshire company or not.
Okay, so and it doesn't sound like the law really did much to crack down on that and help this.
I don't know how it's worked in other communities. We haven't seen a right-to-know request for more than 250 communications. I don't know how it's worked in some of the bigger cities, but we haven't had one that's had more than 250 communications.
Okay.
So, a good example, Londonderry dealt with this back when their town administrator ran for US Senate, because, right, like the other opposing party is like, I want all of their communications for X amount of years. That was something they dealt with there. But like, yeah, I guess what the idea is that we would want a narrow right to know to really could counter, like, what is a citizen, right? Because if you're gonna talk about an out-of-state business, is that a New Hampshire citizen or not? Those are things that we're currently like contemplating, because it didn't do a lot to crack down, but Derek and I talked about this when the bill was up to be debated, was like, how was Goffstown being affected? And we don't really deal with it like other communities do as much. The school district goes through it a lot, but I don't think the town.
I would say we probably are getting about a dozen to 20 a year. Some are more, we had one earlier this year that asked for all correspondence, and that ended up taking about 8 to 10 hours of staff time. 'Cause again, you're having IT dump all the emails into a PDF, and then you're having somebody, even with AI assistance, to start pulling out or highlighting email addresses. We need to make sure all private email addresses are pulled off. If it involves attorney-client privilege, that's something I don't generally give that to somebody else. It's, okay, let me see it. Has the select board released this attorney-client privilege? Nope, this is still protected. So it can take. We've been fortunate we haven't had a lot of requests come in, but there is always that potential.
Maybe instead of the number of emails, we should be looking at the number of hours that are being spent, and that would be a more valid.
It does say it in the law, right?
That didn't make it into the final round of the law. It was proposed in an earlier draft, but the final round of the law did not maintain the hour calculation in there. For us, what we're seeing is, although the number of requests may be around 12 to 20 a year, they're getting more and more complex in their nature. There's less of the just give me a PO list and more very involved requests that are taking staff time 10 plus hours. And, when you consider all of the various hats that we're wearing to do all of these things, it's hard to carve out time to be responsive within the time frame restricted by 91A. And then you also have the added layer of a lot more requests now involve legal than they used to.
Yeah.
It used to just be, hey, give me a copy of the minutes, which we certainly still do, and we don't count those on our 91A tracking because it's a very quick request and they're all available online. But when it comes to the 91A request now, there's a lot more, hey, does this qualify? Does, it's crossing into different categories or exclusions, and we need to seek legal advice on some of those.
Which jacks up the cost pretty quickly.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Laura, did you have
I
something?
think it answered my question. Thank you.
Okay. We all set here? Okay.
I have a quick question.
Oh, go ahead.
Before we finish,
Yeah.
like, completely. So going back, I had to formulate it. So going back to the pilot
Yeah.
programs, for the solar, when is that up?
I think that was a 20-year agreement, and I hate going off of memory. I will have a definitive answer for you at your meeting on Thursday. I believe most of their financing was through 20 years, and I think we looked at, I think it was a 20-year pilot agreement where we went much shorter with the hydro facility.
So follow up on the follow-up. So don't worry about an exact, because we're not going to be dealing with it now. So because my questions had to do with when that's up, and that's not up for quite some time. So I won't bog the committee down with those questions because it's not anytime soon. And we had jumped from impact fees to master plan kind of quickly, so I just wanted to clarify something. The new master plan, or it will be gone over again in 7 years, I think you said?
The recommendation is 7 to 10 years.
Okay.
It's not a quick process. I believe the last time the planning board did, they spent about 18 months doing it, between the planning board's involvement, the consultants, as well as public forums that they held.
So does that then mean that that's the next time impact fees will be talked about? They can't be talked about?
No,
Okay.
impact fees are not necessarily directly tied to the master plan.
Okay,
It
thank you.
it helps, it's definitely a part of it, but it doesn't, it's not the
We're
driving
not
factor.
tied into a 7
Correct.
years. Okay, great, thank you.
One last question. I'm sorry, I know, you're
Go
shooting
ahead.
daggers at me. So I know we get revenues from lots of different sources, but, and the state, I guess my question is, have we seen on the town side the kind of impact with the loss of state revenues as we've seen on the school side? Beyond, I know in the early 2010s, there was that huge drop with retirement. They went from 35% to 0 in 3 years, which all had to be absorbed. But are there other instances in like the last 5 or 10 years of state revenues affecting the town side?
So that was a huge hit when the state stopped paying 35% of police and fire retirement. Again, that was an agreement that was made between the state and municipalities back in the 1980s. So when that went away, that was huge. That was a huge impact for us. I would say that the state revenues have held right at about inflation. We've had more, I would say, one-time appropriations. We've had some bridge and road aid that has been put in one time. Makes it difficult for planning and budgeting. At one point, Meals and Rooms had a catch-up formula to get it to the share that was promised to municipalities 40 years ago. That has been suspended. It gets suspended every budget cycle. But we did, in the last couple of years, get some more. So I would say ours has not gone down or stayed flat the same way the schools had, to be fair. We would always welcome more.
Is it mainly infrastructure funds that when you do get them, is it mainly
In the last couple of
infrastructure
years.
funds?
For the most part, other than the Meals and Rooms tax, which is more, just goes into the general revenue, most of the one-time aid has been specific to infrastructure-type projects such as, bridge plans where the state knows that there's X number of bridges that are red listed. So they've tried to put a focus on catching up in some of those areas. There was a one-time share for a small percentage, it was about 7% of some of the categories of NHRS. That equated to about $200,000, a little less than that, which was definitely helpful, and we would not turn it away, but nowhere near the volume that was outlined in the RSAs had the agreement continued.
Okay, thank you.
Peter?
Sorry, I had actually meant to ask this earlier. I went back to page 14 when looking at those anticipated revenues that you're budgeting for. First question is, like, when I'm seeing those federal grant dollars, is that kind of tied, the 23 and 24 budget, is that kind of that COVID-related money that we were talking about?
No, so those actually weren't tracked as part of your operating budget. Those funds were accepted as unanticipated funds. So we actually tracked those out of our grant fund.
Okay.
The funds that you're seeing in the 24 budget, and then that dropped down to 25, that's really the ending of the FEMA Safer Grant.
Okay.
So that's really primarily what that was for the federal grants.
So the COVID money is unanticipated.
We
Revenue.
accepted that as unanticipated, and we tracked that through our grant fund.
And that's why you're saying it was able to support us through that default, because we really hadn't anticipated for that during that year anyway.
Yeah,
At least in the
so
budget.
when we were in default budget, the library was able to do repairs that otherwise they wouldn't have funds for. So, yeah.
And then the follow-up is 2025, the big shift over to state. What, did you mention what that is?
That is an 80% grant. That is the Montalona Culvert Project.
Yep.
So you'll see a significant increase in CIP, but it's 80% funded by that grant revenue.
Gotcha, and that has been discussed with us.
Oh, I'm sorry, 90. Okay, even better.
Thank you.
And
Danielle?
just on that SAFER grant, that federal grant, while it's not directly a COVID-specific grant, FEMA did increase, if you recall, the warrant article at the time, where instead of doing a decreasing assistance across the 3 years, they did 100% funded for the positions for the entirety of the grant. So that's why it looks like a very steep drop rather than that gradual drop that we were seeing, which in the end means more grant funding to the town for those positions. So the chief will discuss that during his portion.
One last thing, so what are we carrying in debt right now? What are we paying off?
So in your budget binders, there's a CIP matrix, and at the very last page, page 11 of that, it's under tab 5. You're going to see the actual debt schedule for the town that includes both the town and the school. So when we look ahead, 2025 through 2036 is on that schedule. You can see we're very low. In 2025, we have a grand total of $146,334 on our debt schedule, and that tapers off. Once we get to 2030, that's the last year of that LVDP, that waterline betterment that Derek mentioned earlier. Once that tapers off, you're really just seeing the remaining portion of the fire station bond. And by 2036, that'll be the end of all debt schedules at the current time.
And on page 11, I provided a pie chart. We're paying about less than 1%. So 0.7% goes towards debt service. So less than 1% of our budget is going towards debt service.
Do you have a sense of where we fall in relation to other towns on the amount of debt we carry?
We have not done a survey of other towns. I know other towns do different models where they borrow more. There are some that save more. Yeah, I think that would be an interesting project to undertake to kind of see where we compare to other towns.
And I think, Danielle, you already mentioned we have far fewer capital reserve funds than most other towns.
We do. We only have 4 capital reserve funds at this time, and of the 4, really the only active one is the fire apparatus. The others have some funding in them, but they're not ones that are actively being built up. Both the CRF and the bonding financing type discussions are something that the select board's aware of and something that we recommend be reevaluated.
How many CRFs does a normal town have, or typically do towns carry? Sorry, not a normal town. We are normal.
It varies greatly depending on the community, but as an example, similar communities of our size, we see upwards of 70 or more capital
Per
reserves.
town?
I think a lot of
Different
it's probably
models.
going to vary too as you look at SB2 versus traditional town meeting. I think some of those towns that, whether they have a charter or they have a typical town meeting where people gather together and can talk about priorities, about what they want to save for, is much different than a governing body putting together a list and saying, we want this amount, put it into, and it going on the ballot. I think I would be interested to see is what is your difference between your traditional town meeting where it's neighbor to neighbor, hey, no, I think, and a lot of it's probably negotiations. Okay, yeah, we do need to save for that, but not quite that much. And you can amend it in, we only got one chance at deliberative, and then a month later, we go to the polls and we vote. So that may have an impact as well.
Okay.
Interesting study. Go ahead.
Thank you. I don't know if this may be a department by department question, but for the SAFER grants, I don't remember the specifications and how that worked, but the planning of using it for one-time thing versus something that in the end we'd have to find another payment source for. Can you speak to that at all?
Let's let the fire chief talk about
Okay,
this.
yeah, I wasn't sure who to ask
Yes, that's
that.
Thursday, so I'll let him.
Okay.
Okay.
He's got a preview of your
You're off the hook
question.
for
He's
it,
got a
yes.
whole, he's got it all.
And I'll be up here with him too, so we can go
Okay,
over those
thank you.
details. Yeah.
Great, thanks.
All right, thank you. Adam.
Why did they put this in order? Backpack and a Sherpa.
It's not in the budget.
Okay, good evening again, sorry. Adam Jacobs, DPW Director. Similar to Town Hall and Sewer, we've got the same type of format. I've got a slide here at the beginning, page number 28. It's got an overview of the department and our divisions. Public Works is made up of 4 divisions: our cemetery operations, our Public Works Highway, which really encompasses our highway division as well as our admin and engineering divisions, our fleet division, fleet maintenance, and solid waste operations. Our total select board proposed budget for 2025 is just under $6.2 million. The breakdown, as you see in our pie chart, if you look back or look forward to some other departments, DPW is slightly unique. Our personnel costs versus our other operating costs are kind of inverse of other departments. We do obviously have plenty of personnel, but we have so many different project-based or contractor-based items that our operating costs are a higher percentage of our overall budget. A lot of commodities, fuel, salt, that kind of thing. So just to run down each of the divisions, kind of an overview, and I'll give you a slide for each one. Our cemetery division, we have 1 full-time non-union staff member there, and then each summer we hire 4 seasonal staff to come in and help maintain, mow, trim, assist with burials. We only allow burials through the end of fall, so that peak season is really spring, summer, early fall. I guess maybe before I get into it, the overarching goal for me, of course, coming from currently in a default situation, was try to make as few ripples as I could in the pond, and hopefully present basically a status quo budget and still maintain services, but identify the areas where costs have gone up and then kind of let the process, play out with that. So for cemetery, the really only the big factor, other than the personnel items that Derek's mentioned in his presentation, would be our facility maintenance line. We have one project that the past couple of years we've added columbariums in the West Lawn Expansion Cemetery. And this year, we have a budgeted project to extend the driveway of the Shirley Hill Cemetery up beyond the existing end, the cemetery trustees own land behind. So the project is to cut a new driveway, do some land filling and landscaping and drainage work, and then allow the town to expand that cemetery with more burial capacity, because we're getting pretty tight up there on the hill. Our highway division, and again, that includes the admin and the engineering as well for the department. That's made up of 17 full-time union workers and 6 full-time non-union, plus we also hire currently four seasonal staff members. in the summer for our highways. They primarily will be tasked with general laboring or flagging if we can. We don't like to use the seasonal staff as much with the main roads, which are a little bit more difficult to flag, and it's usually either high school kids, high school students, or college students who may not have much work experience or any work experience, and maybe not any construction or road work in their backgrounds. So it can be a little much to ask a seasonal staff to get out and flag in a real busy intersection. So we like to, if they're going to flag, we use them on maybe a secondary collector road, like a Shirley Hill where it can get a little quieter, or Norman Road, for example, rather than a Mast or a Wallace Main Street, that type of thing. The big ticket items for this division, we have contracted roadside mowing contracts, line striping, which is both the yellow and the white pavement marking long lines, as well as stencil, so crosswalks, arrows, sharrows, yield lines, that sort of thing. And we got back into contracted knotweed control for roadside, just right away roadside knotweed treatments this year. All three of those items, the contracts expired over the last 12 months, so we had to renew those, and the rates that are being proposed are the same amount of work, but just that unfortunately, the new contractor rates have all gone up for all three of those services. The one big ticket good news item is Danielle was able to negotiate some great pricing on diesel, I think, as Derek's mentioned a couple times, but that really impacts me and fire. In particular, we use a lot of diesel between both summer and winter maintenance. And sorry, Samantha, I'm going to have a hard time. I give you your due over there. Next division up is our fleet maintenance division. It's made up of 2 full-time union and 2 full-time non-union, as well as 1 part-time non-union bookkeeper. That division is largely status quo, and I'll get to kind of more what they do as I get to their slide. And then solid waste division finally is 5 full-time union, and then I had a typo there. It should say 5 full-time union and 1 full-time non-union, not a part-time non-union. So that's the solid waste foreman, is the full-time non-union employee there. He's a working foreman, but he is on the non-union side. The big ticket items for solid waste, as Derek mentioned, with the tipping fees going up, enough to make a pretty good change when you have 6,000 some odd tons of trash every year that you're getting rid of. But it's offset a little bit by recycling processing. Right now, we are just about half of where we were per ton this time last year. So I think the committee made a reduction in it because it's an unknown, and it's a pretty volatile thing that contract in most every municipality now is on a variable contract for recycling because it's dictated so much by world markets, and it's hard to really project. And nobody wants to take it on the chin. I think Concord just ended a very long-term contract for recycling where they were paying nothing for, I think, either 7 or 10 years. And they just renewed, and now they're paying $100 a ton for recycling to get rid of it from zero.
Kelly?
I also just wanted to mention that Adam has talked quite a bit about revamping the composting education portion to try to encourage people to compost so that we can reduce some of the fees for trash, for food waste.
Yeah, that's a great point, Kelly. The state is moving towards mandatory composting, like the states that surround us. It's unclear how that's really going to work with a curbside collection model like we have. So there's a few different ways to handle it. There's pros and cons for each one. But people do estimate 20 to 30% of what we throw in the solid waste, and the green barrel is actually compostable, either food or lightweight paper products. So it could make a pretty good dent if we had a high compost rate, either somehow municipally managed or neighborhood managed, or there's versions where vendors will come and collect, that kind of thing. So conversation certainly to be had, but that's kind of the thing that we're looking down the road as we start to try to get smarter with this kind of stuff. But recycling right now, $40-something a ton, I think, this month, versus 90 this time last year. So that swung pretty rapidly in the spring, and it's been at low the last couple months. It started to creep up a little bit. So we're kind of keeping an eye on that, but I try not to overshoot it but I also don't want to be in the situation where we've gone back to 90 tons this time next year, so your guess is as good as mine.
Brian?
Thank you, Chair. Adam, can you comment to, the data point that it jumped out to me is the employee benefits proportionally to your salaries. Could you comment to why it's so much lower if you're looking at town hall? I have an assumption it might be seasonal, part-time people or seasonal people, but I was just curious why it's much lower than town hall.
Could be, actually, it might be a better question for Derek or Danielle.
Is there a line?
What?
Is there a line?
No, he just.
It's on the slide.
This, on
I think he's
this
looking at the
slide.
pie chart.
Oh, I'm sorry, pie chart.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, the pie chart.
So literally like page 28 versus page whatever the town hall is.
So, I think
Oh,
what
no,
might be,
17.
what might be
17.
skewing that is, let's see, so employee benefits is 8.9% of
Correct.
my budget, but my salary is only also 44% of my budget. So this is of the whole.
Yeah, but my question, proportionally, so town hall is 42.9% salaries and 22.9 in benefits. So I'm trying to think of proportionally, it's much lower, which is a good thing, but I'm trying to understand why.
But that wouldn't be his question.
Is that, which slide are you looking at? Because at slide 17,
So I'm looking at
I,
28 for public works, and then for the town,
Page 11.
it's
No, page
on
11 is
17.
countywide.
page 17, I have salaries are 55%, employee benefits at 11.3, so it's about a fifth.
What am I looking at then? Sorry.
Maybe you were looking at the entire,
The overview?
the
That might have,
overview.
okay.
And the one thing that was.
Page 11 was what you were thinking of, Brian, because that's what I'm looking at too.
Yeah, so on page 11,
Okay.
the one big difference that we made, I think in 2017, we were getting insurance rates later and later every year. So rather than budget for insurance within each department, you'll see there's a Department 15 that all of our medical insurance goes into that one. So when you're looking at the individual departments, that doesn't have the medical benefits included in there. It's really the FICA, Medicare, New Hampshire retirement. So you're gonna see a larger percentage for police and fire because their New Hampshire retirement percentage is larger than other employees.
Okay, I was looking at the wrong slide, so I appreciate that.
Thanks, Derek. Let's see, just as kind of a overall note, with the average single-family residence tax bill, a little under $1,000 of that from an appropriations end goes to DPW between operating and capital. And then one end of the overview slide on a happy note, as of about a month and a half, 2 months ago, we are full staffed at DPW, so knock on wood, that continues right through the winter because it's made our pre-winter planning a lot more pleasant than previous couple winters. Okay, so next slide, 29, is cemetery operations. As I mentioned, we have 3 town-owned cemeteries, the one on Shirley Hill that hopefully will be expanded here in the next couple months as we sort of wind out of road work and burials have ceased, so we can, or will cease, and we can, make some noise and improvements up there. And then we have West Lawn Cemetery and West Lawn Expansion across the street on North Mast, as well as Hillside Cemetery, or some refer to as Grassmere Cemetery, across from the Grassmere Town Hall. Maintenance of these cemeteries, all the general, mowing, string trimming, irrigation repairs. We try to do some stone repairs and fencing repairs. That's probably cemetery trustee in the future. They're gonna have some decisions to make about some of the larger infrastructure of the overall cemetery. So I'm talking about wrought iron fencing, and we've done some gate projects in the last 5, 6, 7 years, but Shirley Hill and, Hillside in particular, and then Old West Lawn has some pretty rough wrought iron fencing that is gonna need some attention. So that'll be coming up, but this year there's none planned. But maintenance of these cemeteries, we also do burials, so interments, both full burials or cremations. And then, as I mentioned, we have the new 2 columbary units, so we are selling those now. We sold a couple, if folks would rather have that option. We do the burials in-house. If we have the equipment for a full burial, we'll do it. If the highway crews are straight out and the burial is a midweek burial, our cemetery foreman will rent a mini excavator or something to accomplish that. So it's not a true hand dig operation. They, obviously, our cemetery foreman works for the cemetery trustees, but also, of course, the select board through me. So we budget for them, but we meet regularly every couple months and make sure that we're getting their, long-term planning goals accomplished. Recent notable items, as I mentioned, Columbary and then the expansion. I mentioned the staffing levels, and then that, the line where you actually see that difference for that Shirley Hill driveway extension project for this year. You'll see in 2025, it's reduced by $15,000, because hopefully that project will be the end of that cost anyway. Any questions on cemeteries before I? Okay. So next up is our highway admin and engineering. Prime goal, of course, is to maintain the townwide road network. Very, very rough numbers, but just our 260 lane miles, so that means, roughly 130 miles of road, but you count both sides of the road if you're in public works, so you can take credit for all that plowing and whatever else that has to happen twice. Just the road itself is about a $50 million asset in materials. So that material cost is only asphalt and selected gravels. It doesn't include all the drainage infrastructure that's below that. So just the asphalt and gravel is a $50 million asset. So we want to protect that. The town has been very supportive in the past when we have asked for additional funds to sort of get us back to where we want to be from a preventative maintenance, but also a catch-up. So we have a good split of reclamation projects in the roadways, which will take a road that's completely failed, usually due to poor drainage. We'll either replace or install drainage, which has never existed, and then reclaim the old asphalt if there is asphalt left, add selected gravels and maybe road fabric if there's some under subsurface water issues, and then repave. We try to accomplish all the drainage work and then the other utilities that might have work to do at that same time or around that same time, either a year in advance or the same year. So as I mentioned, we've got about 260 lane miles of road. It's a little more than the center line miles at times too, because of the, primarily due to the center turn lane on Mast Road in Pinardville. We have over 13 and a half miles of sidewalk in town. We maintain that in the roads, both summer and winter. A few years ago, there was a large ADA case in Tilton, which said that towns are required to maintain sidewalks as a public program. So if you don't, you are subject to an ADA complaint. Usually it's easier to keep up with that throughout the winter. Hopefully this year isn't one of those years, but if you fail to maintain a sidewalk for 3 or 4 weeks in a heavy winter, you might never get to it because the snow is so deep and it's hard pack ice, so it just might be lost for the rest of the winter. So we've got a dedicated sidewalk machine and a couple of Bobcat skid steers, which can have implements for sidewalk snow removal or snow blowing mounted, and that allows us to treat the sidewalks while we're plowing and treating the roadways as well. It's a little bit of an uphill battle. It's very similar to homeowners where the plow guy will drive by right after you finish clearing your driveway. The sidewalks, where there are sidewalks, are constantly getting that every time the road is cleared and pushed again. So there's a little bit of a dance between our own employees about how much they're pushing back the snow versus how much the sidewalk machine is doing to try to maintain this perfect little windrow in between the two. But especially in the areas in the village around the schools, Pinardville, we do get a fair amount of pedestrians, and there's nothing worse than seeing somebody in the middle of a snowstorm or the morning after trying to walk down Mast Road when the sidewalk is either icy or still covered with snow. So we do try to keep up with those. We have in our road plan that we present to the select board where there are improvements that can be made for sidewalk connectivity. We try to propose those. There are a few that we've tried to get grants in the past for various safe routes to school type funding. We haven't been successful in the last few years with those, but normally it's a smaller scale. So year before last, we added some sidewalk and got some rail trail connectivity on East Union Street near the bus company with a mixed-use trail, so it kind of does double duty. And in the short term, next couple of years of the road plan, we've got some improvements planned on the West Union sidewalk there with a small extension to get to Pleasant Street, where there's sidewalk on Pleasant Street, and now some extra multifamily housing, of course, on Bog Road. And then when Church Street is rebuilt, that is the preferred rail trail route through town now to get to the New Boston Rail Trail. Currently has double sidewalk and kind of fits and starts throughout. The goal there is to do a similar to the East Union Street and have a mixed-use single path sidewalk that'll better use the right-of-way width. But we don't have a ton of areas where we're proposing wholesale new sidewalk, at least in the short term. Let's see. We also have, as I mentioned earlier, the public drainage system itself. So we've got hundreds of road culverts, the catch basins, which are the precast concrete structures usually, that will catch that rainwater from the streets or from the areas around the streets and get it into usually a pipe network that, we have thousands of pipe sections throughout town that carry the stormwater to eventual outfalls. And that means it's hitting usually either a stormwater pond or directly into a stream or one of our lakes. We have 18 bridges in town and one town-owned dam up on Mountain Base Road, Uncanunic Dam. As you head up towards the hiking area, the first dam you encounter is the one that's town-owned. That was reconstructed a few years ago with an emergency spillway project. We do have, just so everybody knows, a little bit of a beaver tete-a-tete going there with them, so they like to clog the cage that is the primary spillway. But anyway, we've got that one to maintain. None of the other dams that you've all been hearing about, of course, in town are owned by the town. So then to kind of flip over to the admin and engineering side, all the engineering plans and support for our in-house town projects or any projects that we put out to bid, for the most part, are developed in-house. We have a great engineering staff, Scott and Eric, our town engineer and assistant town engineer. We also support planning board applications, so both from the technical review committee, so at the beginning, when somebody's first coming up with maybe a concept of a commercial site plan or maybe a multifamily, they can come to town and avail the different departments of their expertise when it comes to a potential project and see what kind of hurdles they might have if they wanted to go forward. So they don't spend a ton of money on an engineer, on surveying, on lawyers maybe to come represent them at the planning board or zoning board. If they know there's going to be a big sticking item right out of the gate, they might bail or change the idea for the project. So we participate in that, but also throughout the process, we work with usually the developers, engineers, for reviewing those, whatever the plans are going to be, and provide those comments to the planning board so they can make an informed decision on their end. We do, depending on the size of the project, we will ask for escrow monies from the developers sometimes to get that to a third-party engineering firm if there's a heavy stormwater hydrology type component that maybe we're not experts in that. Any structural components like a bridge or something that might be out of kind of the ordinary. A large retaining wall would be a good one that we would have a third party take a look at just to verify that structural engineer thinks it works. But then, once a project's approved, it works into an active construction site, and that's where we also get involved with, maintaining on behalf of the rest of the town, the site runoff during, the stockpiles of materials or oils or unsafe conditions or something that might affect neighbors. We kind of help, and it's sort of a handhold with us in the community development department to make sure that they're following the plans that were approved by the planning board. And again, very similar to the plan review end of things, if it's a larger project or something, or if we just have too many things going on, we'll get escrow amounts set aside by the developers to pay for a third-party review, and they'll come in and do reports and pictures for us and kind of keep track of the projects as we go. And that's all determined by the planning board, how much oversight during the construction phase they want to have. But our engineering staff is there to support them fully. We also manage driveway and right-of-way excavation permitting, so if it's existing driveway, it's free, no charge, but if it's a brand-new driveway cut, there is a fee for us to come in and check things, site distance, NFPA requirements, turnarounds, widths, make sure somebody's not going to put a driveway in an unsafe spot. And then make sure that after construction, they built it as they had it designed, so the runoff from the site doesn't come out into the road, negatively impact traffic, or negatively impact whoever's going to eventually buy that home, for example, if they don't get street runoff into their garage. And then right-of-way permits would be anything from somebody who wants to build a retaining wall, or the sewer department, or any of the other utilities need to excavate in the right-of-way, either on the pavement itself or outside the pavement, but in the public right-of-way. We manage a permit process for that to ensure that there's proper insurance and bonding, they're following procedures. If they have to patch pavement, that they're doing it properly, not making a patch in December with cold patch and then walking away, and then the whole public now is left with this terrible patch for, until we get around to rebuilding the whole road. So, so there's a bit of that babysitting that we have to do with that project, or that program, I should say. Let's see, and then cemetery lot sales and deeds, between finance and DPW, we work on making sure that either people with existing lots or rights to inter, end up with the proper location that they need, or on new lot sales, we get those up through the select board because they issue the rights to inter. And then the environmental piece, the DPW manages the town's MS4 permit, which stands for Municipal Separate Sewer Stormwater System, which basically is a subset of the Clean Water Act, and it's any community which has a largely urbanized stormwater system. So some of these, towns out in the hinterlands maybe aren't part of the MS4 program because they don't have enough of a urbanized area for runoff, but stormwater runoff from roads is one of the biggest polluters of water bodies. So this program, as part of the Clean Water Act, requires us to do, each year there's some, a series of steps that are required that kind of build on previous years. So now we're in the third iteration, I think, of our permit. DES manages for EPA in this region, the MS4 program. There's a couple of stormwater coalitions that assist making sure that people who don't have engineering staff can comply, and then helping those that do sort of develop plans for how to comply in the future. So we maintain an entire website for our MS4 program because it makes it easy when we're required to do our annual reports to the EPA. So it's pretty, I think, it's, from a geek perspective, it's kind of interesting if anybody wants to go right on the town website. Public Works, the stormwater page, you can kind of scroll, it's a waterfall. There's some map-based info, some pictures, and it kind of talks about everything that's required on our end to manage this program. But in a nutshell, we do a lot of sampling, conditions assessment, take wet weather and dry weather samples from the outfalls, so where that drainage system in the village eventually discharges to the Piscataquag. We'll take samples there during wet weather to see if there's any contaminants. If so, there's processes in place that we chase it upstream and find out where, where the contamination is coming from, if we can. Part of that is street sweeping and catch basin cleaning. We have a contract, for the vacuum truck now that our truck has been retired and sold, to keep catch basins low. Each catch basin has a sump area which holds sediment and contaminants. But if you don't clean them on a regular basis, the sump will fill until it gets to the pipe, and now you're spilling these contaminants down the pipes to eventually the lakes and streams. So that program helps us maintain the water quality of the outfall. And then street sweeping program is even further upstream now. This keeps this stuff from even getting into catch basins in the first place if you can help it. So they all kind of tie together. Some communities that have severely impaired water bodies find themselves even in further restrictions. You might have heard of some of the issues that Derry and Salem had with the expansion projects of the Turnpike and I-93, where they have to have low salt treatment areas because they've got salt contamination in some of the public ponds and lakes, and that severely impacts the town's ability to function, especially during a winter operation. But a lot of education components, so you'll see us every now and then on Facebook. We put out little ads or whatever for that program. And then finally, sorry, long-winded, the other big environmental thing for us is our capped landfill. So in Pinardville, we have, it's not active anymore, I'm sure as everybody knows. Off Laurier Street by the Surratt Field Complex, we have a landfill that was capped and retired. The payments on the cap project ended a couple years ago and came off the debt service, to the earlier question. The landfill has a flare apparatus, so as landfills, as the material that's in the landfill decomposes, it creates methane gas. As time goes on, though, they'll create less and less of this methane. So an active landfill will sort of be constantly replenishing the methane, and you can burn that off or use it in the case of turnkey. You know, they'll either run their electrical gear on site, or they'll send some of that to UNH. I think purchases a certain amount, and then they heat some of the facilities with it. But our landfill has basically gotten to the point where the methane being produced is not enough to keep the flare lit. So a couple of years ago, we petitioned with the state to modify our permit to say, hey, there's a curve, and I think we're at the end of this curve, there's not enough methane being produced. So now the flare has been taken offline, but the management of the landfill still requires us to do air and water sampling. There's monitoring wells around the perimeter of the landfill. And if we see any spikes in anything, we would have to re-engage and see if we would have to relight the flare, I guess. But right now, it's just monitoring to make sure there's no cap, leaks or leachate being escaped from the capped area. So I probably should have led with this. We got 17 full-time union, 6 full-time non-union, 4 seasonal employees, as I mentioned in highway. I guess I already hit that on the other slide. And then finally, and this big one, the budget highlights, consultant services, as I mentioned, our roadside mowing contract and knotweed treatments, as well as line striping, all expired in this last period here. So unfortunately, if we want to maintain the same amount of those things being done, it's at the new rate. But then we're seeing that savings from diesel. Can't imagine there are too many questions. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, concerning the consulting services, so on page 11 of the budget report, you're asking for a 21,000 and change increase.
Yes.
Could you elaborate on what that really entails?
Yep, that is I think, just the 2 items, the roadside mowing and the knotweed. Let me put my detail and make sure. And I'm sorry, I don't have my bid numbers from the roadside mowing, but the cost per hour did go up. And then the knotweed it's not a annual program, but it's been a few years since we had last treated, and we were starting to see some new blooms throughout town, and some of the areas that we had previously been able to knock back have started to come back. So there's only a few ways to really handle the knotweed, and none of them are very easy, but unfortunately, right now, herbicide is the most effective to keep it down for a couple of years. What nobody wants is spread from roadsides into private property where homeowners now are left to deal with it, and they might mow it, which is a big no-no, and that will help spread it even faster, or just start dumping crazy amounts of chemicals on their own. So we're trying to nip it as best we can on the public areas that we're responsible for. But if you take a boat or a canoe up the river, you'll see it lines most of the waterways because it's so easily transportable. If somebody chops it up upstream, kind of like bamboo, chop it up, and then the stuff gets into the river, it'll just come down and you can start a whole new bloom downstream. It's not quite to this point here, but there's some interesting articles there. If you're a big knotweed geek, you can look. In the UK, they're starting to not insure houses if they find knotweed on the property because it's such a problem for foundation stability. Let's see. Okay, so consulting services. So I've got 60,000 for roadside mowing and 7,500 for knotweed treatments. And I believe those 2 items make up that increase from the default, the 23 default number.
So as a follow-up, so is the increase based upon the level of effort
Yes.
you're putting out?
On the roadside mowing, it's the rate, the cost
rate
per
went up?
hour the vendor is charging.
Okay.
And then the knotweed, the 23 budget did not include not weight treatments, but we had proposed them to start again in '24, and as part of the revised budget, we included that $7,500 there, so we wouldn't go a whole nother year of more growth. So it's an increase in hourly rate for the roadside mowing, and then a wholesale, we flip the switch on again for
Okay.
for '24 for not weight.
All right, thank you.
Yes. Any other questions? I'll hop on to fleet. Okay, so Fleet Division maintains the fleet for the entire town, not just DPW. So of course, that's fire apparatus, police, Parks and Rec and admin have a couple vehicles each. We kind of estimate it's about 150 individual assets. Some of that's, smaller stuff like an attachment for a Bobcat counts as an asset, but a good chunk of that are vehicles and heavy equipment. For DPW anyway, and I should say that there's repairs for every division that may be either more complex or a warranty repair, or maybe we've got 3 trucks in that are all down and we just don't have anybody to look at, a fire truck right now. It might have to go somewhere, or a police cruiser might be a good example if there's a warranty issue. So each department does from time to time send equipment out for repair as well, but we try to pride ourselves in taking care of as much as we can in-house. Notable DPW equipment is, I won't go through the whole list there, but basically construction equipment, and then our summer and winter operations, plow trucks. So they're dump trucks in the summer. They have combination bodies for all the large ones. There's a plate that you lift, and in the winter, that plate being lifted exposes the spreader chain, which is what moves the material, in most cases salt, into the spinner below the truck to treat the roads. In the summer, we put the plates back on, and now you can load them with rocks and not damage the spreader portion of the truck. So we have 2 10-wheel dump trucks and 9 of the 6-wheel dump trucks. Those all have front and wing plows. And then we have some smaller trucks too. So 8 pickup trucks or 550s. Some of the 550s also have wings. Those become our people movers, either for supervisors or construction crews in the summer. But in the winter, it turns into basically one person, one truck. We don't have any kind of, some cities still have a wingman, they'll call it, because they think they're in Top Gun, but they'll have a person in the passenger seat to truly just monitor the wings. It's a little bit more important if you're in a city going down narrow alleyways and people are on-street parking all the time, and you truly probably have a chance to get an insurance claim every time you pass a car. Luckily, we don't have as many of those situations, so we're able to do one person, one truck. We have 19 plow routes in the winter. Individual, some of those are sidewalk routes, 2 of them, and a couple of those are either parking lot and small street type routes. Routes can range anywhere from 5 miles on the short end to, I think 15 is our longest plow route. So it's about a couple hours. Some of those longer routes are more main roads and they can go a little faster, fewer turnarounds and dead ends. But usually you talk 2 to 3 hours for a plow route to be complete with one pass. We try not to, start until there's enough snow on the ground to make it worthwhile for that first scrape. But then after that, depending on the snowfall rate, it could just be, take a break in between, cycles and get right back out again. As I mentioned, we got a couple skid steer loaders. 2 of them are in the highway division for construction projects and then for the winter maintenance of the sidewalks. One of them lives at the transfer station in the recycling building, and that's used constantly as the trucks dump onto the floor, the big floor. The skid steer loader, if you're at the tour, is what gives us that last human look of the recyclable materials that we've collected before it goes and gets packed into the trailer to make sure we're not sending in wire, hose, toilets, bowling balls, et cetera, all the stuff that we shouldn't be trying to recycle. So we don't get either rejected loads or excess fees. The nice thing about that, and one of the reasons I call it out, is that there's a NRA, is our recycling consortium. They have grant programs that if you're buying recycling-related equipment, you can get it $5,000 towards the purchase of that. So almost every year, we have something that we need for the solid waste department that will qualify for that grant. And what we do with our skid steer loaders is we purchase them for the transfer station first. We let them live there for a few years, and then we transfer them to the highway division before they're there and eventually moving on. So that allows us to take advantage of that grant almost every time we buy a skid steer loader. And then solid waste equipment kind of near the end there, we have 2 tractors. That's a tractor-trailer type truck right now, and we have 5 100-yard live floor solid waste trailers for trash and recycling, and those just rotate through. Either they're on the wall, they're full, ready to be hauled, or they're empty, just coming back from a haul, or they're actually on the road. So those cycle through and get loaded and haul our trash to Rochester now and at the turnkey landfill, and our recycling to Casella's facility in Charlestown, Massachusetts. And then we have 4 automated armed curbside refuse trucks, 2 frontline quote-unquote trucks that run 4 days a week. And then we have 2 backup trucks. I convinced the board to hang on to one of the outgoing trucks year before last because we're seeing they're pretty complex, and we see a lot of breakdowns, downtime with those, especially as we try to squeeze as much life out of them as we can. So unfortunately, more weeks than not, we have one of these curbside trucks is on the action matrix because it's out of service for one thing or another. And because they're automated arms, that's an entirely additional system that can now break down and kind of impact our operations. But sadly, one of the biggest things that we see these trucks and all of our trucks going down for any type of maintenance are emissions related. So as the requirements for emissions control have gone up, those systems become more complex, but they're also very sensor-based and electronics-based. So one little thing here can throw a signal which shuts down this part of the truck, and now you can't drive 10 miles an hour, or it wants you to regenerate or cook off. So as those systems become more complex, we see a lot more downtime related to that. And then budget highlights for the fleet, really status quo. I didn't make any changes there. I'm not proposing any, I should say, changes for anything other than the wage related lines. Any questions about the fleet before
Laura.
Thank you. Someone mentioned this to me and I realized I hadn't really thought of it and we never really discussed it. What's behind, because so much of these things, you go on actuals or you can budget because you know things are gonna need maintenance and things like that. So what is sort of the brief of the thought behind when something is a weather event? Like what is the thought that goes into budgeting for, is it gonna be a lot of snow this year? Is it not? Do we have trucks ready? Or, it's something that the community member had brought up, and I thought, yeah, we haven't asked about that, at least while I've been here.
It largely is actuals,
Okay.
previous year actuals. So the big ones are diesel consumption, because, if you're not out for 24 hours straight, you're not burning all that diesel, of course. The average number of storms, we like, rule of thumb, if there is such a thing, the average winter's about 10, winter events, like snow event, plowable events. But some years you have 2. Some years you have, 1 million. A lot of refreeze. Some winters you get that cycle of a melt and refreeze where it's almost every night. We have a small crew comes out and has to treat the roads, but no plowing. So we do have to fall back on, okay, what are the average number of events that we have for salt consumption? What's our, last 5 years kind of thing. Someday I'll come in and say that I'm going by the old Farmer's Almanac, and that'll be what our game plan is for the winter, and see if that passes muster. But no, there's really no hard and fast way to figure other than what you typically kind of spend.
That's kind of what I figured, but.
We do, because it's such an unknown, we try to keep close tabs on salt usage per route. So we have the drivers weigh in and weigh out. It was an issue a couple winters ago when our scale was kind of downgraded there before we had the scale replacement project. We couldn't weigh the trucks, they were too heavy. We were worried about them falling through. But now with the new scale, we're back into that program, so now there's a little bit more sense. We calibrate everything, all our equipment, so we're trying to be mindful of the salt use, but that extra step of, okay, how much salt did this truck use on this route for this storm? And then kind of just kind of put that chart out there and everybody can kind of see, oh, I wonder why Route 3 is, using a little extra this year. It kind of helps that peer pressure effect too, and kind of keeps everybody top of mind that, hey, this isn't a free resource that we're putting out on the roads. So that's kind of one of those things that we try to narrow down. But other than that,
Okay, thank you.
Brian?
if I knew better, I'd probably be able to make a mint somewhere.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Adam, a quick question. I'm, reading to this slide, 32, but on page 13 of the budget report.
Okay.
For tipping, you're asking 464 and change. Is it correct in regards to my assumption, you take the amount of solid waste in tons times the new rate
Yes.
of $76 per ton?
Pretty
And that
close.
projects what you're forecasting?
Yep.
Okay.
So I think on my layout, so I've got the current rate through April. So we have that first, couple months of the season are at the
Yep.
current rate. And then April 1st, that new rate kicks in. So then the last 8 months are at that new rate.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank
And that's
you.
just, again, kind of the average, what we have been throwing away the last couple of years. I don't look back quite as far because it seems like, I try to avoid saying post-COVID if I can, but it's true. Waste patterns have changed in the last couple of years, so we're not looking quite as far back on it, averages for waste and recycling as for other things.
And just to follow, I guess moving forward, no one's clairvoyant, but if our solid waste increased and our rates increased, this line item is going to grow exponentially year over year.
Yeah,
Unless we get
right.
less waste.
Yeah, the whole reduce,
Yeah.
reuse, recycle trying, that.
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah, and to go off that, it's gonna be over $1 million in 7 years. I mean, I have an issue with the town locking in a rate for 7 years and not having any idea what the rate is gonna be in 7 years. So that's as a member of the budget, like my own member, like that's an issue I have. Because recycling did this up and down too, and then it went back down, and like, we don't know where the trash is gonna be in that time. And, the town could spend more time investing in, like we did with recycling, like encouraging residents to compost and like lowering the tonnage. So I guess this line's gonna be over $1 million
It could very well be.
in 7 years based on the rate you're giving
I think
us.
the biggest thing that the select board took into account, and me as part of that, obviously, is the difference with recycling and the landfilling is we're dealing with right now anyway, an extremely limited and diminishing resource, which is the space available, permitted space available in New Hampshire. I think I mentioned this last year, or maybe during the tour, when Boston renewed their contracts, they found, this is 3 or 4 years ago now, they found the cheapest place was to put their trash on a train and send it to Pennsylvania. That is, like, no kidding where things are going to be soon, unless something big changes. And as you might imagine, that fight at the state level is very contentious about new landfill permitting or expansion. And as of right now, I don't think there's any good news on the horizon as far as more space. So where that landfill space is reducing, the landfill owners, and soon-to-be owner, have all the leverage in that discussion. While I was back there, I tried to look up and see if I could find any other the comparable agreements. Concord, very early in the year, or at the end of 2023, with their new contracts, shifted to Covanta from Turnkey, and they're paying $100 a ton in year one for their waste energy plant disposal. So where we've got the landfill space is diminishing, the goal was lock something in. I'm hoping, like most every other waste contract that's been long-term in the last 20 years, by the end, everybody looks like a genius because prices are through the roof, just because it goes so fast, in the negative direction. Recycling, it can do this as either new, once China, not to get crazy off track, but where the whole crackdown in China for the accepting single-stream recyclable materials happened, that threw the whole world into a weird panic, and that caused that, real volatile shifts. As we get to other avenues and as more plants are built in the United States to process the single stream, hopefully it reaches a more stable level where it's not as crazy. But I think The idea is we still continue to try to chip away at the number of tons, even if we're going to be paying more per ton, that's a fact of life that's going to happen, short of, new permitting opportunities for waste energy plants or more landfills. The goal is we chip away at the amount of material that the town's throwing away. So either, the educational component continues every time somebody sells a house and a new resident comes in, we give them new resident packets with all the information. We try to be as flexible as we can on site with construction, demolition, bulky waste. We try to break it down, so stuff that might otherwise wind up in the trash load to the landfill can now be sent to bulky waste for other processing by another facility rather than be landfilled. But it's kind of percentages of a percentage at that point. So the numbers unfortunately just don't trend well. So like you said, we're trending towards, yes, $1 million item at some point if we don't, as a country, but as a town, certainly.
So I'm going to follow up and then let Jack go. So if a new landfill opens up in New Hampshire per se, or somewhere close within the next 3 years, we're locked into that specific landfill, or are we allowed to suspend our contract with that landfill and go to another one if they have a better price?
I believe we can get out, but
I would love to know that.
We can look at that, the agreement, whether it's get out or whether we're splitting destinations to gain some savings there. We
Is
can.
there a minimum
we
amount
have,
of tonnage we have
no-
to send to them?
We have no requirements for tonnage, so.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't really so much about locking in a rate as it was locking in a physical location, because we were coming up to a very short window of time. I mean, obviously, the rate is an important part of the discussion, but it was more so the time crunch to have a physical place where we could take our trash, because what happens if there's no place to bring it? What do we do? And what is the cost of that if we have to pay to drive it anywhere else that will take it? So really, the cost, unfortunately, is just that limited space in New Hampshire and what our ability is to, that's a 7-year, if we at least have a guaranteed spot to put the trash. Whether or not we can reduce the amount of tonnage, we can look at other options as they come up, that's all on the table still, but this was really just so that we had a physical place to put the trash.
A couple other things to mention, I guess, are around 30% of what is landfilled in New Hampshire is actually from out of state. Interstate commerce laws play into effect there, so if something doesn't change, that could either increase or at least stay the same. So that eats away at the available space. But also, the realities of landfill permitting are such that even if somebody came today with a proposal, most likely our contract will be expired by the time they even are ready to open the gates anyhow. So we'll be into the next round as we start to get close to the end of this 7-year period. Okay, what's our next move going to be? I don't want to wait until we're 1 year from expiration. We'll probably start at year 5 and say, okay, are we going to try to make a push to waste energy if they even can accept any more tonnage at that increased cost that the premium they're able to get right now for that? Or do we try to renew a turnkey, or maybe, as you said, if there's like somebody who's in the pipeline for an expansion project and it's looking good, we try to lock in something with them that's maybe an early mover, sort of thing. So certainly the timeline is going to happen really fast. We're already, talking about, obviously this will be year 2 of the contract, 2025, so it's going to come faster than we hope.
Okay, Jack?
I'm not foolish to assume that part of the recycling up and down is because there is a market for the goods, the recycled goods, as opposed to the trash, where it's finding a place to put it.
We
Well,
used to make
China-
money on it, and at one point then, it cost us more to recycle than it did to just throw it in the
Right.
trash. So the volatility of the market in the
Went all
past
up.
7 years is crazy.
And
There's
during
no
COVID,
prediction.
China stopped accepting all this recycled product, which drove up costs.
And the same with finding a place to put it is huge. That's basically what the sewer commission did when they purchased the flow rate at Manchester sewage plant. Higher than we had needed for use at the time, with anticipation of it growing.
Sorry,
I guess,
Frankie,
I
just
don't know if
add.
it's the elephant in the room, but the third option, or fourth, or whatever it is, and maybe it's the way things trend, as we mentioned during the tours, is, localized. So either, I don't think there's going to be any appetite or ability to permit or space to do so in Goffstown, but in the past, there have been serious discussions about hosting a waste energy plant. Does that come back around? does permitting and technology allow more decentralized areas where each town kind of can take care of their own waste in an incinerator type thing at a cost-effective way. You can't put out a bond article for a $100 million waste energy plant, in Goffstown, but.
Wheelabrator was before your time, you don't want to do it.
Yes, exactly,
Trust me.
right.
Kelly,
Desperate
you
times.
good? Okay. Sam?
I guess it's just more of like a curious, what is a waste energy plant?
Just an incinerator, so they'll burn a lot of different waste, but mainly the municipal solid waste trash, and create energy out of the heat, so they'll boil water, it'll run generators.
Okay, and it kind of like, and you see it like on the highway and it's like
Yes.
clouds, okay. That's what-
Exit 17,
It's the cloud
when you're on
factory.
93.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, Adam, can you move into CIP?
Sure.
Do you want a time limit, Adam?
Oh, solid waste, sorry.
Do you want a time limit yet? Are you good?
This is his last slide.
Just throw
This
a
is the
rock
last
at me if
slide.
you.
Home stretch.
Home stretch. Okay, so CIP. So we got a couple items this year, a couple of which have been deferred. We've got a Wilby 10-year-old 550 110 dump truck. That's one of those people movers in the summer and plow truck with a wing in the winter. They also haul trailers for us, of course, during construction season. We have a 20-year-old, now will be more than 20, tractor, a solid waste tractor, and a matching roll-off trailer. So this is a mechanical arm type hook lift trailer, which carries our oversized roll-off containers. So our bulky waste, our metal, sometimes if we have an overflow situation or whatever with trash, we might have to temporarily use a container. This hook lift trailer is larger than the standard size, so our containers are larger than standard size, and we find problems, unfortunately, when our trailer is down, we can't find a place to have a trailer big enough to lift our cans. So what we're proposing here is replacing the truck and trailer with one unit, which is a smaller single roll-off truck, which has its own platform and own hook. It would require some modifications to our existing boxes, and in the future, when we replace our cans, we just get smaller cans. But gives us a little bit more flexibility. If our trucks are down, we could hire somebody to hook our own containers. And it also, the other benefit is that it doesn't require a Class A CDL license, which a regular tractor and trailer tandem unit does. So almost all of our employees have a CDLB, so we now have a little bit more flexibility of operations as well there. And it would be a little cheaper to get a combo unit than the two relatively expensive units. Then we have a 2016, our backline curbside collection truck that was deferred from last year, as Derek mentioned, as part of the revised budget process. We have one of our two electronic message trailers that were deferred as well from this year. Those are highway, changeable message signs that you see us put out for special events and voting and stuff. And then one of our 18-foot equipment trailers, this trailer in particular is largely used for pipe, small equipment moving, Bobcat if we have to move from a job site or something like that. And then on the project side of the house, as Derek mentioned, I'm sticking with the 1.6 million where we've been the last few years. And that was based on previous special articles where the voters said, yes, this is the amount we want to put in and we want to fund it in a default scenario. I did have an increase if the town sees fit and recommended the board put it in a separate article to add 200,000 to that as acknowledgement of the rising cost of primarily asphalt, but all construction-related things. So all our drainage pipe, all our drainage structures, everything along the way is getting incrementally more expensive. So if the town wants to kind of add to, and I guarantee this is a difficult year to even request an add, but I thought it was important to at least acknowledge the fact that things are getting more expensive.
So this is kind of a Danielle question, but what about no means no? Like, say, for instance, the road funding that was put in from the UFB spending was voted down. Are you then not allowed to spend money on roads?
Nope.
Because of the way the voters, like if the voters say no to the road funding, what if you want to spend additional over the 1.6? Are you allowed to do that as well?
Right, it has to do with the wording specifically in the Warren article, and it's
Okay.
language that's been cleared by DRA in previous years, that you can put the additional amount specifically out to an article, and if there's a no means no, then that additional amount could be, restricted, but the original amount can still be maintained within the budget as presented.
Not that I see road funding not passing, but I guess
We
I
never
just
know
wanted to
until the
ask.
voters
You never
say.
know.
Didn't voters pass a warrant article, I don't know, 8 years ago that said that they wanted the road plan to be part of the operating budget? They didn't want to see it as a warrant article year after year?
So I think what we had many years in a row is we would put the increase into a warrant article and ask the voters for guidance that we would put it in the following year's default budget.
I don't remember it that way. I remember the whole road plan going into the warrant article.
How far back?
If we
How
did
far
that,
back?
would be.
Okay, 10, 15 years
Okay.
maybe.
Okay, because I know Carl in the
Yes.
early 2000s, 2003,
Yeah, but then even a
4.
little bit after that, I mean, I think it was like, I don't know. All those years blur together now.
I'll say 2019 was what, 8 years ago?
But, I mean, because I think people were tired of seeing it year after year as a warrant article, and I don't know, this makes me a little squeamish, because I think it's a little misleading to people. I mean, they could very easily think, oh, we're only gonna spend $200,000 on our roads, and not realize that it's actually an increase in cost. It's not even adding more road miles to the road plan, it's simply doing what we had agreed to do in the operating budget.
So the warrant article language is specifically crafted to call out the fact that there's already $1.6 million within the budget, and that this would be an additional amount to address those rising costs. And then the voter's guide speaks to it as well. But the warrant article language does make it clear that this would be an additional appropriation to add to the existing amount. I guess we could talk to DRA about if there's creative, language that we could note that there's not additional road mileage or something like that in the warrant article.
I mean, I don't know, it just seems like, if this is what the road plan is gonna cost, then that's what we should put in the operating budget. To me. I mean, I understand why you don't wanna do it, because then it raises your operating budget and it changes the proposed budget, but it seems a little bit like, oh, maybe we'll move it around here and nobody will notice. I don't know, I don't know. I don't know if I'm comfortable with that.
It's an interesting take on it, actually, because for the most part, we've always had the thought process that if we put it out in a special warrant article, we're making it very clear and calling it out to voters for them to specifically make a yea or no nay vote, as opposed to just sneaking something into the budget, which is something that people have, commented on in the past, saying, oh, we didn't realize it was in there, for not specifically road plan, but something in general. So it's just an interesting take to think of it in reverse.
Well, so.
We'll keep that in mind.
Let me ask, what was the logic behind funding the fire apparatus through unassigned fund balance, but not the 200,000 in the roads?
So.
Is the idea that the roads have a better chance of passing than the
So we
fire
have,
apparatus?
I think, what you'll see later on in this presentation on Thursday when the fire chief comes up, he's provided you in your presentation his 20-year matrix.
Right.
And the cost of fire apparatus and the, not months, the years it's taking to get them once you actually order them to when they arrive has really changed the complexion of buying fire apparatus. And I think we're at that point with the board's fund balance policy. When they set tax rate, the fund balance was at 12.01%, and the floor is supposed to be 12%. So we as staff were comfortable recommending that we get back on track with the fire apparatus. Last year was the first year in many years that we tried to fund it out of taxation, new taxation. So we made the recommendation to go back to unassigned fund balance, and we have had success some years in the past when the road plan was increased. There have been years where we've used unassigned fund balance, we just don't feel that it's going to be available. We see where our budget is heading, but that 12% is also what we have to collect on behalf of the school, and we see where the 2025, or I guess it's fiscal year 26, their default budget is right now, so.
If I can
Yeah, Kelly.
add to, if you think about it, like the CRF for the fire apparatus is a savings mechanism, and we're watching that amount was set based on what apparatus cost at the time, and we're seeing those prices increase exponentially. So we're looking at the time frame of which we're going to need to purchase an apparatus. Who knows what the cost could be at that time, but that has a higher potential of having a larger one-time hit in a budget year. If we're down $500,000, of a difference from CRF to what the actual purchasing price is, that could potentially be a bigger one-time hit if we don't continuously save that money. And we know that we have to buy an apparatus, so, $200,000 for the road plan means a little bit less of road plan, is that, each year. That's counterintuitive to our bigger plan of trying to, we've been trying to get more into the green, but for me, I look at the, the one-time tax impacts, and that will have a bigger impact overall on the tax rate versus, okay, if we can't do it $200,000, maybe we try a smaller amount to incrementally get us up to where we need to be. So I think it's just the unknown of what apparatus will cost in the next, by the time we have to or are planning to purchase something.
So can I ask a couple more questions about the road plan? So is there an actual road plan? I mean, like Carl Quorum had the whole thing, we're gonna do these streets in this year.
Sure.
Safe in my office.
I think, is it online?
So what we do is to avoid the, I got kicked off the list, or I was supposed to happen this year. We don't publish the official list for each construction season until after town vote, because we don't know what's gonna happen. The select board then approves that list. We do have a 5-year outlook of, okay, we know what big ticket roads are coming up, what neighborhoods. So we work with utilities and other stakeholders, St. Anselm College, for example, or businesses, if there's gonna be a section of town that's impacted. Hey, this is coming up and what we all need to do to get our ducks in a row. We tend not to put out, here's our overarching list of what's coming up. Usually the eye test can tell people, if they're overdue, rather than, am I coming up soon? But we certainly share that with folks if they call. So if you live on a street and, hey, I've lived here 40 years and there's never been an ounce of pavement other than a pothole patch, what's happening, when am I coming up? We'll try to give them okay, big caveat, but yes, right now you're slotted tentatively for next year. Or, hey, good news, you're on this year's road plan if the budget
Okay.
passes.
So you do have the plan. So what, in this proposed road plan for next year, the schedule of work, what percentage is maintenance and what percentage is reclamation?
Of the budget itself, it's about 60/40 reclamation to maintenance.
So we're still doing more reclamation than we are maintenance?
Yep.
Okay.
And not on a length basis by any means. It's just that much more expensive for the, reclamation project.
Right, reclamations cost more, which is why you
Drainage,
maintain it
et
once you
cetera.
reclaim it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we've got a fair amount of work that would be prospective anyway in Bernardville. Obviously, we'll be there for probably the next decade, working on various streets that haven't been touched in years. Village area has a couple of big ones I mentioned. West Union and Church Street are two that are right at the top. And then some of the longer collector roads are where most of the maintenance money goes. So we try to do the most good for the most people with the maintenance money, keep the roads that we spend a lot of money to maintain, that see a lot of traffic, get those on a somewhat regular. So they trend more towards that 10 to 12 year return cycle into things. Neighborhood streets, once we rebuild them with drainage, they don't see the traffic or the heavy vehicle loads. So those are closer to that 20-year return cycle on those
Okay.
streets.
All set? All right, Adam, if you can wrap up. that'd be great.
I'll wrap. And then the last thing I have for projects, we've got, it's a new program, but not a new problem. We've got a lot of, we call them critical culverts that need either rehabilitation or replacement in town. So a few years ago, we participated in a couple different pilot programs that helped prioritize culverts in town. Culverts are pipes under the street which carry streams usually from one side of the road to the other. So this doesn't include any of the piping that we put in that goes from, structure to structure down the road. These culverts can range anywhere from, 24 inches up to 6, 7, 8 feet. Once they get to 12 feet, then they become a bridge under state, classification system. But some in varying degrees of deterioration, or they might not pass the, required water during a storm event. They may have a history of overtopping, they may be perched, wildlife passage concerns. So there's all sorts of different things that play into if a culvert can be repaired or rehabilitated versus replaced. State permitting for almost all of them. Anything 48 inches or lower, we have a kind of a streamlined process we can go through. Anything bigger than that, it requires a wetland permit. We've historically paid third-party consultants to help us with those because they're a little bit more complicated with the hydraulics. Where our town engineer has seen a couple now and he thinks he's comfortable. We're going to try a few in-house, and if we can get those in-house, that'll save us a little bit more money for actual construction versus design. But anyway, year one has got a large one that Derek mentioned earlier. We actually were able to sneak in a short window of time when they were offering a 90% match on hazard mitigation prevention grant funding. The Montalona Road culvert is just downstream of the culvert on East Dunbarton Road that we lost a few years ago right after Christmas. The road washed out there. It's the same water course, and it's basically the same size, same type, same vintage pipe, same structure. So we were able to kind of use that experience with the loss upstream to leverage our application and get approved for this 90% funding. So the new structure there will be a box culvert, a little bit bigger, able to pass the full storm capacity. Also improvement to wildlife passage, of course, because it's bigger and it's got a natural stream. And then we're trying to target over the next few months. Our permit's not fully approved yet, but when it is, we're hopeful that there's a new state law that's gone into effect but hasn't been implemented yet. We might be able to even get part of that or the whole 10% match funded from a different source as well. So that's the hope there. But for right now, we've got the 90% funded as the cost. As the revenue in the proposed budget. After that, we've got several other culverts that are large and in need of work over the next few years. So Smith Road, Page Hill, and Center Street are the three biggest ones that we need to figure out before something like that happens.
So our cut after the revenue would be 40,000 roughly, 42,000?
Yep.
That's what we're looking at, okay.
All right.
Sorry for the
Thank you, Adam.
diatribe as usual. Thank you.
It's only an hour and 15 minutes.
Oh, that's it? You need a big clock for me.
Do you want to do a quick 5-minute recess?
Yes. Yes. We just have Rick left.
This is all a side backdoor deal between me and Rick that you guys don't know about. I take all the oxygen out of the room and then he comes in.
All right, yeah, we're gonna take just a 4-minute break.
4 minutes, huh?
4 minutes.
Go.
Olivia.
8:57, we'll be back. back. Rick, welcome.
You got a few more strolling in.
Brian's walking right in.
All right, okay, here we go, rock and roll. Rick Wilhelmi, Director of Parks and Recreation, how you all doing?
Excellent.
15 years at doing this, it's a wonderful time. As you can see, the biggest cost drivers is basically salaries for us. I mean, salaries, utility costs, operating costs, the actual operating cost is a very small portion. But that's the biggest driver in our world. We have 4 full-time staff. We have myself, the director, program supervisor, grounds supervisor, and a grounds and program assistant. We're very heavy, we rely very heavily on full-time seasonal people, 40-hour-a-week people, part-time people, 22 of those folks between lifeguards, camp staff, grounds crew. The other portion, too, of what we deal with is we deal a lot of sports between adults, youth, et cetera. So we have contract services for sports officials. You flip the next page, you can kind of see what our little flow chart is. Isn't that beautiful? That's a beautiful flow chart. It really is. I was pretty impressed when I made that. Wow. Anyhow, you can kind of see the flow chart. With the breakdown between the program supervisor, ground supervisor, that kind of stuff. I mean, we're very heavy in a lot of what we do in programming. The programming world is a lot of volunteers. We got probably 100+ volunteers between coaches and other different things that we do, contract services and stuff like that, and our summer camp staff. All right, overview real quick. As you'll go through on what is our budget? Page 14. Page 14 is our actual budget, I believe. So if you look at that, I mean, the major driving cost right there is basically everything to do with employment costs. Wages, FICA, Medicare, retirement, and all that. As far as our commodities go, I mean, some are up, some are down. The one that's going to be up largely, I believe, is electricity. We did bring on that message center sign. We did bring in some new mini splits this year. The mini splits, I couldn't tell you what that's going to be, but we added a little extra for that. We're probably coming in at year end for electricity right around probably $13,000, right around there. High 12, 13, and I think we requested 14 for next year. So I think that's probably your biggest increase for those type of things. Other than that, I mean, we've basically level funded back to 23, 24 budget for program operation, park operation, those 2 lines, and then pool operations basically cut because we only have 1 pool. And then our equipment maintenance line, that line's used heavily for like when we have to buy a new commercial mower, a new trailer, those kind of things. So we have a lesser value of needs there, I guess is a good thing to say. I mean, I don't know, I like to talk about this programming. I don't even know if any of you know what we even do. I mean, I don't know how many of you guys even have kids that are involved with programming or stuff like that. If I say that and it's offensive, I apologize right now. But anyhow, it's just I think we need to get that out there. This is what we do. I mean, our biggest program is probably summer camp, youth basketball, youth lacrosse. We basically are doing stuff for kindergartners up to grampers. I used to say pampers to grampers, but we don't do anything for Florida, so you gotta say kindergarten to grampers, okay? I'm a gramper, so I can say that, all right? Well, no, I'm not yet. Anyhow, I'm close. I'm getting it. So you can see what we do for, for the youth. A lot of different programs there. And that, that's the 62% of that wages, there you go, right there, running all those programs right there. And then the other 62%, or the other 30%, or whatever you want to break it down to, anyhow, then we got our 55-plus programming. That one's really flying really well. We do a boards and games thing on Mondays. We got the rail trail walks. You can see it, read it. It's all right there. But that one's really hitting pretty good right now. Folks are really gravitating and enjoying it. Our special events, we on our 45th year of the Goffstown Gala. Now that we're after COVID, we're getting back. Last year, we actually got 160. So you probably get around 120 to 180 participants. That one's going well. Our senior dinner's back up in full flow this past September. We had 110 people at the senior dinner, so that was pretty good. It was a lot of fun. And then the Glen Lake swim. If you look at the other part of that 66%, that you have the programs that we run and we do, and then the biggest portion too is the facilities, okay? So we have a lot of facilities, whether any of you know this or are aware of it or whatever. We as the town oversee and manage 3 different sports complex. I call them sports complex. So you got the sports complex, which is behind the transfer station. So you got 2 full-size soccer fields. Not only that, but you have all the surrounding property that's around that. That right there, 2 guys mowing that right there is 5-hour day right there, just mowing that whole place. Anyhow, and then the Surratt Complex, thanks to Adam and his nice transfer station, is, what do you call that?
Landfill.
The landfill, yeah, that's a nice, it's starting, you can tell it's starting to sink a little, because the slope is starting to get like this a little bit, so maybe we can do something with that. Anyhow, the Surratt Field, you got three fields over there. And then also over there is the Louis Street baseball field. And then we have our recreation building. It's a beauty. It was built in 1970, the Gray Goose, or whatever they called it way back then.
Blue Goose.
That was
Blue Goose. Blue Goose.
Blue Goose.
Had the best
Blue Goose,
golf
there you go.
on the lake.
There you go. It probably still looks the same, Jack, but come on over, anyhow. They added in 1998, they added the front end 30 by 30 gymnasium. And then the other stuff too that we maintain is we maintain the outer properties of the library, anywhere where there's grass. Anywhere there's grass. A little bit of grass over at the fire station there in Bernardville, not much, but anyhow. So we maintain all that. Also, in the winter time, we're shovelers. Yeah, we're shovelers. We shovel all the walkways at the town hall, the library, and the Grassmere Town Hall. Manual labor, come on out. Anyhow. And then other, department managed fields, towns fields. We also have the 2 parks, as you know. You got Barnard Park and you got Roy Park. So in the parks, you got a broken toilet, gotta go fix that. You got a broken toilet door that won't unlock, kids trapped in there, okay, go get him out. You got different things falling apart, so you gotta go fix that. And you gotta do all the mowing too. But over at Barnard, as you know, we got the pavilion. Those are also in the 80s. Those are beautiful. You got a basketball court over there, the track, football field. There's 4 tennis courts. We got the playground over there, the L-shaped pool. We're working probably anywhere between 80 to 125 people a day over there on when you got really good weather. Obviously, when it's raining, you might have 80. But anyhow, the bathhouse, guard shack, and those are all beauties right there. And then you go over to Roy Park. Again, that was all established in about the 80s. The one nice thing over there is the multi-age playground. That was redone. We redid that. We used revolving fund monies to help out with that. It was like $160,000 or something like that. That's a nice brand-new park playground over there. Basketball court, multi-purpose field, softball field. Then the other thing we have to maintain is we got to do the rail trail. I love David Pierce. David Pierce he's a workhorse, that man. He's the best guy going, I'll tell you right now. He does a lot of work on that trail, but we also have to take part in that. Dave, you're the best. Town Common, Glen Lake Waterfront, as you all know, whether you've been there or not, you know what that looks like. We've just taken on Rotary Park There's not much to do there. Guy used to mow that with an electric mower, it was beautiful. I asked if we could have that. No, couldn't have that. And then we have Church Street Park. So those are managed. That's what we have to mow, care for, and tend in buildings. Then on top of that, I've added this, and this is the piece that I've been kind of hammering, I think, in the last couple of years. As far as what we do for our schools, we mow every bit of grass that is around a school. So you have this campus right here. You got the JV field. Thank God we have the turf field. No mowing that. We're all set there. 2 softball fields, and then all the mowing around here. A little bit of trimming. We don't like trimming. We're not good trimmers, but we trim. Maple Ave, you got all the mowing and trimming over there. Glen Lake Kindergarten, that's a big complex over there. There's a lot of mowing over there. And then Mountain View Middle School, there's another huge complex with a lot of mowing. You got the whole athletic complex down in the back, soccer field, field hockey field, baseball field, softball field, and all that. We all mow Lions Field, with the school having an MOU with Lions and using that as their complex for play. We mow all that. So there's a lot of property right there. And then I also have in here, let's see, manage as far as fields, as far as athletic contests. We are the folks that actually get all these game fields prepped for game day. So here at the high school in the springtime, basically you got boys and girls lacrosse is on the turf field, so we're good there. But we got to get the every now and then how the JV game played at the same time, so you got to get that field line. All the two softball fields are always in use. Baseball, you got Lions, you got the varsity plays at Lions, the JV play over at Allard. So you could have, and then Mountain View Middle School in the spring, you got boys, girls lacrosse, softball field, and baseball. So in the springtime, you could have 6 fields to get ready in a matter of between 7 and 2:30 because they're there at 2:30. So it gets pretty crazy. In the fall, we got here at the high school, we've got to line that JV field because they do play simultaneous games. Field hockey practice, the football field, they use our Barnard football field as their practice field, so we got to line that, maintain all that. The middle school has 4 soccer teams, so an A and a B for both boys and girls, excuse me. So you have 2 fields. We made 2 fields, one on the soccer field, one on the baseball field. So we got to maintain all that. They have a newly developed middle school football program. They actually use our sports complex as a field for practice, so we have to maintain all that. So there's that. Oh, and then there's our CIP project for next year. You guys all got, some of you that showed up, you got to see that beautiful crack in person. So basically what that is the CIP the project is for a renovation of the 4 tennis courts and then adding on 4 pickleball courts for an estimated cost of $470. And 150 is going to match from the revolving fund, and we have 75,000 that will match for the newly developed pickleball courts. We can't use it for the renovation side, but we can use it for the pickleball side. Okay? There you go. All set?
All right.
Line them up. Here we go.
This was great.
Boom.
You got to teach Adam some lessons.
What do you got? What do you got?
So, I thought the schools were gonna contribute to the tennis courts.
They may. I don't know. That's out of my ballywhack or whatever you call it. It's out of my
Ballywick.
ballywick. It's out of my ballywick.
Okay, and then my other question was about, I mean, a lot of these programs that you guys are running, which are great, but a lot of them bring in revenue. I mean,
Not a lot of them. Basketball, lacrosse, and camp.
So, all the other basketball leagues and, oh, basketball you just said, but like the.
Basketball, men's, youth lacrosse, and summer camp.
Okay, so they do bring in revenue, which goes into the revolving fund.
Correct.
Which, and then what is the revolving fund used for?
The revolving fund is, we've been, from 2010, when it was established, when the select board at that time established it in 2011, it actually was implemented. It goes towards doing a lot of projects for the facilities. I can make a list here for you. 2013, we put down a new track for $38,000. We put on a new roof at the recreation building for $19,000. 2014, we painted the tennis courts, the basketball courts. We put up new fencing at the tennis court. And then Roy Park Playground. And then the big project was about $330,000 to the sports complex.
So it's kind of being used like a capital reserve fund to fund smaller capital projects.
And their thought at that time, I'm just going on what I'm told, okay? The thought at that time was this department would never see any projects. They would all be rejected at this time of the year. So what they did is they said, here's a way to hopefully get some things going. And I think with those lists right there, a lot of things did get going. So it accomplished what that group of folks that wanted to do in 2010. Yes.
And I think they were probably right, frankly, because that is what happened. But it also could have been used to offset operating costs.
Sure it could.
Okay, and how competitive are fees for these?
They're not like gouging crazy. They're getting to the point now where I think they are getting a little more competitive. Not to that high level, no.
I mean, I think the summer camp is really the only one that you'd be competitive because, I mean, there aren't that many other basketball leagues
Our summer
around.
camp is very inexpensive.
Yeah.
Very inexpensive.
Have we looked at that? I mean,
If
is
you're not
that?
on that website at like the right time.
Well, I guess my question is why, I'm all for having a summer camp. I'm all for keeping it affordable so that people can use it, but do we need to be subsidizing it to that extent if it's that popular?
I don't know, I guess that's a discussion. And I don't know, I mean, that's a Parks and Rec Commissioner discussion, that's a deeper discussion.
Okay.
Laura.
Two things since you brought up the summer camp. Who is in charge of the pricing of that? Because I know it's like.
Commissioners, Parks and Rec Commissioners.
Can I,
Well, then
Go ahead.
it goes
Yep.
to the board.
the Parks and Rec Commissioners make a recommendation to the Select Board, the governing body, under state
Oh.
law, has the
Yeah.
ability to change. So Rick usually comes to us every January or February after the Parks and Recs Commissioners have made a recommendation and the Select Board revise fees.
Okay, because I do know that in, very recent years, it's like, yeah, if you are not on the website it's like getting concert tickets in the olden days, like you're done. So I feel like the cost could be raised a little and that would be reasonable. Other people can chime in with what they think about that, but I do have a second thing about the tennis court. So is this cost the replacement and adding the pickleball? You did see, you looked at different avenues as far as replacing and different ways to do that, and this was the best
Best ways to.
quote that you
yeah.
got and the best way
Yeah.
to do it for the longevity?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah, I got a number which you don't want to even hear.
okay.
To do it all with concrete, and it's all these cable-tied systems. It's a new system, and they guarantee it for 25 years. It'll be double that cost. I'll do that if you want.
No, this is good.
No?
Thank you.
Kelly.
I just wanted to add to the summer camp, so the commissioners have done incremental increases. What was it this year raised to?
Yeah, it was $10.
Yeah. And
We're
the
not-
reason behind not pushing them to increase it more is because looking at competitive rates for other camps in the area, it is a benefit to Goffstown residents that are utilizing it to have it be a little bit on the less expensive side compared to other communities. And because it's for smaller portions and not like the whole summer, that seemed appropriate to us. When you look at, 80 participants for $10 extra, is it worth charging more, right? That's a conversation we have every year.
Quick follow-up,
Go
is
ahead.
it only Goffstown
Yes.
residents that
That,
can?
so what, that program is only Goffstown residents. That's it. I mean, a lot of our other programs, there's a difference between, there's a resident fee and a non-resident fee. But that's the only program that is residents only. And it, you, like you say, supply and demand. You put on a business hat and, okay, let's increase the price and you make more money. I don't know, is that the right thing, or is it the right thing to look at what you're trying to do for your community to help the people that need it? It's a balance, it's a total balance. So, I mean, we could banter that all day long.
Jack, go ahead.
Well, I'll say when I was a single father of 3 school-age children, it was much appreciated that the Parks and Rec program was at a lower cost than, say, Camp Half Moon at the YMCA. To Elizabeth's question, school has discussed contributing to the tennis courts, as we talked about in our presentation, going in the hand-in-hand work that we do with the use of the drains here and the plowing and, maintenance of the fields and stuff as discussed. I think we're waiting for a final number or something before we put forth our contribution. But it's certainly been discussed, and I think it will go.
So you think they will contribute, you just don't know what amount?
I don't know what amount.
And would that come from the CRF? I'm just
Yeah,
curious.
I don't.
All right, still talking about it. We love that, though. Samantha.
I had the order.
Are any of these programs not like self-supporting?
What we've done is, when you say, well, we look at it when we make the fees, this is a good question. We look at it and say, okay, if you throw salaries in your summer camp, they're gonna be short. But if you look at the other programs, it's all heavy with material costs. Like your basketball programs, those would be self-sufficient.
Well, and then I guess like not to, I'm gonna pick one. Like
Sure.
The Grown Grizzlies kindergarten basketball has 5 participants for
That's
7
free.
weeks.
That's
Okay.
free.
It's free. Well, I was like, there's only 5 kids there. Like, there's
free.
no way. It's not to, I don't want anyone to think I'm
Aaron
not
and I,
coming for the
Aaron and I
children's
teach those
basketball.
classes. Aaron and I teach those
Okay.
classes.
I'm sure it's adorable.
It's a blast. Come on down.
But so I was like, oh, that program, like, it seems like it would be impossible for it to be self-supporting. So is that kind of like, you kind of wager it with the other programs too? Okay. And then my second question is, I know you kind of mentioned this like in passing, but you plow the walkways for Grassmere Town Hall?
We shovel,
You shovel them?
yeah.
So does Mary Lou Preschool pay for us to do snow removal?
They have a lease agreement with the town, and so.
And it includes snow removal?
And, yep.
Okay.
And utilities, they cover
And
utilities?
they pay a share of the utility, so
Yeah.
yes, I think they pay us, I think we're actually renegotiating right now, but they're close to about $10,000 a year in their lease to the town for the use of that. And as a town hall employee, I know the library would say the same thing. We're very grateful to Rick and Mike and,
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm super happy that they plow, but so maybe I'm like just going off on like a tangent, but so their lease is for $10,000 a year and it includes snow removal and
I don't honestly
ground
think that it
maintenance and-
specifically calls it out.
It's not a lot of work. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm making it like, I'm kind of being sarcastic when I say, we're manualing it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not, it doesn't kill you.
Okay.
But
All
the
set, Samantha?
HDC meets there, don't they? Does the HDC still meet? at
Yeah, and we have
Grassmere?
other community
And
organizations
it's a
that.
town building, so you can't leave icy steps there for somebody to slip on and then
Correct.
sue the town.
Yep.
So whether Mary Lou was there or not, you'd be shoveling, somebody would be shoveling Grassmere Town Hall.
Yes.
Yeah, true.
Allison.
Going off of Samantha, though, when's the last time Mary Lou had a change in rent? 'Cause I believe
We
talked
do a
about
lease renewal every 2 years, so they're currently, I think their board's actually meeting as we speak.
Has the rent gone up?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes, it has.
I feel like one time, actually it must have been last year, because I've only been on this 1 year, we were looking at it and it really had not gone up in years.
There were definitely, I think in COVID, we were,
And it almost, I mean, I kind of take it to what we're talking about, which we're basically, the town is subsidizing the summer program a bit, right? By having it pretty low, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't, but I think it was when I sent my kids like $70 a week or something, which is,
We started at 50.
yeah, I'm sure, and it's a million miles
15
away
years
from
ago,
your
we
sending your
started
kids
at
to the
50.
Y. But then you have Mary Lou that's a private business that we also seem to be keeping their rent a lot lower than had they taken it elsewhere.
so I would say Grassmere Town Hall, all of our facility maintenance, we're actually spending less on the facility maintenance than we are receiving in the lease payments. We've never factored in the time that Parks and Rec or Town Hall staff, because we do have a part-time maintenance, Roger helps them out. But at the same time, Mary Lou is the canary in the coal mine, I hate to say, is they are the ones that can give me a call and say, the heat is not working great, and, they've seen this thing. So they've been I think we've had a great partnership with them, and I think right now, it's a net neutral. I think we are getting the same amount of revenue in that we are expending in facility maintenance there.
But my point being, that's a private business, and if you could rent it for higher, even if it was someone else, then we're missing that revenue, even if it's not costing us anything to have it there, right? It's
So-
that rents have skyrocketed in general. So if that same space could really be rented for $15,000 a year, and we're only renting it to them for 10, as a private business, it seems like that's not always the best use of our offices.
So I guess
Or
the
space.
select board could could consider whether or not they want to put out a longer-term lease, or if they want to put a lease out to a lease out to bid. I mean, right now, I would argue that Mary Lou has been a community organization that's partnered with this town for
Yeah.
well over 30 years, so.
And that's,
I
and
went
I'm
to
not,
Mary
wait,
Lou,
but I'm not,
can I
and
just
that's,
say?
I'm
Well
saying it as an
Well
in
over
general.
30 years.
I'm saying it as an in general idea, not against Mary Lou and not against the rec. I mean, I like that both of those programs can hopefully be a little bit cheaper for the people in our town mostly. But I'm talking more in general. I know Mary Lou's been forever, and the rec program's been forever, so those are still good benefits to our town.
Yeah, I think for many years, I think we've gotten to a point where at least I can say, in this budget, the revenue coming in is covering the
Covers it.
expenses
We're
of
not
the
paying
building.
more.
Correct.
That's good at least.
Peter.
I am thinking about that more in terms of the overall broader picture of how much is their push when it comes to the business side of revenue. When we're dealing with our regular operations as a town, how much are we feeling like there's any type of drive that like, okay, we gotta go and get that money, so to speak, right? What I'm hearing, not just from Rick's presentation, but overall, what I've heard from a lot of our presentations is that that's not really, it doesn't feel like that's a driving force. It just doesn't feel like it's a driving force, and I don't know what exactly would need to change for that to happen. And I want to be really clear, I'm not arguing this like, oh, we're a business and we should be just trying to figure out how we can get the most money from our summer program, right? It is a very good use of our public resources to make sure that we have a public resource that's affordable for our community. But I'm going to tell you the truth, the reality in the world that I've known is that parents who have better incomes or more stable are probably going to be the ones who also have it on their calendar to be on there at 7 a.m., right? So that doesn't mean that the family that actually needs that care is actually getting that care. I'm not saying that they're not, but the reality is the structures that we're using, it's haphazard per se. It's not necessarily reflecting the need of the community, right? My wife's a great example. She's just really good at being ready for every single thing. I'm telling you, it's not that it's because we need more than our neighbors, right? So she's able to sign up for that. I'm not sure if that's something at the select board level, but I do think we want to see something of a stronger business model when it comes to like, how are we maximizing our revenue opportunities? And not that it's just kind of a thing that's on the side. At least that's what it feels, the presentation.
Yep. So are there any questions for Rick? I want to get him out of the hot seat. Questions, not.
I appreciate you, Rick. Thank
Oh,
you.
that's fine.
All right,
That's fine.
good.
I'd love to have a conversation with you someday.
This is a great conversation to
I have
have
no
when we
problem.
deliberate.
Yeah.
Not right now, though.
Kelly?
Sure, I just want to add, so as far as, I don't think you're wrong. I think these things come up in bits and pieces through recommendations from many different areas across our town. But like, for example, when we went through our town fee schedule, was it earlier this year or the end of last year? All of those things and the recommendations for like what we charge for building permits, right? It's not necessarily a concern for just Goffstown of things being lower, as like, you know, our team went out and looked at what other area communities were charging for built fees, because how do you calculate those things, right? The best source for that is to look at what other people in the area are doing and try to adjust so that you're not charging 200 times what the community next door is versus what's lower. So I hear what you're saying, but I think when they make adjustments, right, we're weighing out, like, what is, if we charge $1 more per permit, what impact is that gonna have on a year versus, you know, or do we charge $20 more because we found something that the price hasn't increased for 40 years. So that stuff is being done, but when you talk about a business plan for revenue per se, I don't know that we've ever done like a town-wide study on that, but, you know, DPW fees, what they charge at the transfer station, comes from the department. What the Parks and Rec charges comes from the Parks and Rec commissioners, what, building and, you know, like, there's a lot of different avenues for that. So I think that work is being done in some areas, but a total view of it has not, as far as I know, ever been done. And I don't even know if something like that exists, as far as who studies that and how. But I mean, that's something we can look at.
I think we should continue this when we have our deliberations, because I think this is a much bigger discussion. And before we adjourn for the night, there's one request I want to make. Is that
Sure.
okay, Joe?
Yeah,
Okay.
no, we're done, if we're done with Rick, though.
Yeah.
All right, for you.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go.
No, because this is something
No,
different.
Peter, ask your
Finish.
question. and then
Finish.
we'll let Rick.
Okay. Can you just, Rick, when it comes to part-time wages, what portion, like, give me a sense of like, where is most of that work, the part-time work throughout the year? Like, where are you using most of your part-time?
Between lifeguards, summer camp staff, and the summer seasonal staff, summer, like, ground staff.
Oh, right, so there is
So
ground
it's
staff.
predominantly like a 10-week time frame.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it's chock-a-block, oh, yeah.
Is there anything changing next year that would like increase that?
No.
Okay.
Just the only thing, there's an increase of $4,000 or something like that. But that's basically on returning people, et cetera, based on the number of people coming back, that kind of thing.
I think I was kind of thinking about the, your actuals though. Like your actuals in 2023 ended up being around 90. Your actuals this year, if you're already done with that pretty big peak, are only at like 88. But obviously default is at 111. So like even default is pretty high relative to,
Well, there's one less pool, so less lifeguards this year.
what's that?
For staff, part-time staffing, is that what you're saying? So we have
One
less
less pool.
lifeguards this year, one less
No
pool.
pool.
No, I know what you're saying, Peter, you're
So
looking at it.
we won't have it then.
You're looking, I understand what you're saying, right now, we're we're gonna finish at 88, and it was budgeted for 111.
Yeah.
And now Kelly's coming in and saying we're down a pool, and you said, well, we've already experienced that, and the 88 is the number.
Yeah. Do you think with next year we might end up with that?
Not 88, it'll be higher than 88.
Yeah, I think it's just a weird situation.
I know what you're- I know- I see what you're saying.
I'm obviously just trying to see where.
No, I
we
see what
fit.
you're saying.
But it's the default that's kind of the weirder thing, not even the, I don't even know how that happens.
2023 default is what carried to 2024 default. So we had more staff and anticipating,
Yeah.
like COLA or whatever increase was at that point in time. So you're anticipating paying more, but now we have less staff, so the default number has stayed the same.
Got it. So it doesn't
But
get adjusted
this
based
year.
off of like, oh, well, we saw
Correct.
2023 actuals actually came in here. It doesn't,
Right. Anticipating that increase, but less staff. So in theory, it will go down.
Go ahead, Daniel.
So just to clarify on that default piece, it's not necessarily less staff. Because we had to shift our pool staff from one pool to the other, it's my understanding that getting that seasonal staff is a really difficult puzzle to put together. So, you know, even though we didn't have to split our lifeguard force across two pools, it doesn't mean we necessarily need a smaller lifeguard group to maintain the volume of participants within the pool facility that is open. So they shifted over, and we may be anticipating a little less because we're not expecting as many return staff or other things of that nature, but Rick knows really good standards that he can speak to about how many participants per guard, how long the guards can be out there in different conditions, when they need breaks to rotate out, that kind of stuff. And I know that there are a lot of restrictions on just availability of staff and certifying staff.
All right. Not to dive into that yet. Are you good? All right. Elizabeth, what do you have?
Okay, so I think on the school side, we're gonna need to do a deeper dive on this administration thing. I think it's
Yes.
gonna be enormously important for
I
this
agree.
committee and for the voters. So I'd like the committee to request some additional information from the schools.
Okay.
And before Scott comes back and says, well, yeah, that's gonna be a lot of work, are
Thank
you sure
you.
you really want it?
We can
I
vote.
think- I think we want it.
All
And
right.
what I want in particular, and other people might have opinions as well, but I would like some sort of an organizational chart to see which administrators are at which schools. Not names, positions. Like Mountain View has, you know, these, whatever, 3, 4 administrators at each school in the SAU. And I also want to see.
And the SAU?
And the SAU, and I want to see job descriptions for all these people, which they should already have, because I think they're required by law to have job descriptions for people when they hire them.
Current enrollment?
That was mine that I wanted.
We have current open.
We have, I
But-
guess, just like a number, right?
Just
Like-
include it on the chart itself, because then it makes more sense.
I guess, yeah, that's fine. I mean, Brian and I had concerns about overlap, right? I mean,
Yeah.
there were people, that sounded like they had the same job at the same school.
Well, there definitely is overlap, and just a comment, I do have the information you're talking about, but I think we should ask the administration for a new list. 'Cause I did ask that through a right to know, and I do have that,
Okay.
which I can share with budget.
Well, why
it was-
don't we get it officially
Yeah.
from the
Yeah, yeah.
school?
I will say if there's significant like overlap, there's opportunity there too. I'm okay exploring revenues, but I fundamentally believe that we also have a spending issue. It's not just revenues. I think I'm happy to explore $5 more for summer camp, but we also need to look at
Fair enough.
all the
If
administrators,
both of
you
it's
know?
Expenses minus revenues equals taxation. We're responsible for that
Yeah.
entire formula.
Yep.
So, yeah, I'm perfectly fine to dive into that, but I really do think this administrative piece is gonna be big.
Okay, Laura?
So within that, because I think we should have all those conversations, I think revenues are just as important. And I'm wondering why we're not having a December 5th meeting, because I feel like with these longer conversations and with the freshness of the information, since we have the week of Thanksgiving where we're not meeting, if we can have a meeting on the 5th to keep
There's a
on
few
going.
members that are unable to be here, have a full committee.
How many would we have?
How many
At
would we
least
have
two.
quorum?
Well, at least 2.
That would still leave a quorum.
Well, full disclosure, I won't be here, so that's why I canceled
So
it.
can
but
Frank do it?
Frank can run the meeting. that.
Yeah, the 5th is tough for me too. I've got another commitment.
But we added meetings at the back end.
That's why I felt comfortable canceling it, because we had back-end meetings already
I'd just
scheduled.
rather keep them closer than pushed out. So if there was any way to get around that, because that's a typical Thursday where we would have a meeting. So if people have
Well, our
other
typical
commitments, I don't
meetings
know
are
what the-
Tuesdays, and we add Thursdays during budget meetings.
Correct, and it's budget season, so we would typically have Tuesday and Thursday. So if people have other commitments, I don't know what to say about that, but I'd rather meet sooner than push things out. And I'm unclear as to the exact situation there.
Okay, Samantha?
So speaking as somebody who can't be here on the 5th, I'm traveling, I really value all of the conversations that we're having, and I would like to be a part of them. And I know it's a lot to ask the committee to cater to me in that instance, but I would like to be here. I don't know, I guess that's my appeal to all of you.
That's fair. I just feel like we originally had a meeting on December 5th, so I don't know, but I mean, it's fine. If the committee cannot meet, we cannot meet. I just wanted to throw it out there as to reconsider that.
I mean, you have the discretion to pick when we meet, right?
Yeah, when we had the meeting and then we canceled it, then I don't know if anybody else had other commitments they put in their calendar. So this seems like kind of a two-step.
I'd rather have a fuller committee.
Agreed.
And I feel like and me being absent and Frank now being absent, kind of a little bit of an issue with like who's gonna run the meeting. I
No,
think so,
that's-
I think anybody's
that's fair.
capable of it, but also like that component too. So I appreciate what you're saying. We have meetings. When do we have to get the budget out? After January 1st, right?
The final budget, if you look at your calendar, it's
Tab 1.
tab 1. It shows you the outline, the month by month.
114.
Yep. So the last day for 114 is the last day for collective bargaining agreements.
Oh, isn't that the?
The 21st is the last day to
Oh,
hold
I'm
your
sorry.
public hearing on your budget. And January 23rd is the last day, the actual deadline for the budget committee to deliver their final budget to the governing bodies. But that's post the hearing.
Kelly?
Now that the 5th is town deliberations, and I'm assuming we're still going to want 2 meetings for town deliberations. And if that's the case, can we please assign a date for that so that
Yep.
our department heads can make
Yep,
arrangements
so we
to be here?
have this Thursday, that should cover public hearings. And then we have
So then we'll have 1 deliberation, I'm asking if we're
no,
gonna.
yes, we have 10 and the 12, 10 and 12. Oh, we have 12, 3,
So-
12, 10, 12, 12, if needed.
Right, so I'm saying, can we assign
There-
12 for the town?
Well, go ahead.
On 12/10, you had me put a placeholder for immediately following the village water precincts to be the town budget continued. I don't know if that's something you want to change, but that was
So
the
why
second
don't we
day for
do, okay,
deliberations.
so why don't we do 12, 10 and 12, 12 town deliberations? Okay, and then 12, next Tuesday, we can have that conversation about the data that Scott gives us, right? And then any revenue,
Well, not next Tuesday, that's Thanksgiving week.
the 12/3.
12/3. So we're going back to school before we do our town deliberations?
I mean, I'm trying to keep town in 1 week so that it's kind of like all in our mind, I guess.
I'm not sure that, Matt.
It doesn't.
I
if
think
you wanna
after
do
we've seen
12,
these
3, 12, 10.
presentations, we probably need to do our town deliberations before we circle
Correct.
back to the school.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that we have 2 dates for town deliberations, at least on the schedule, so that the department heads and staff can plan to be here. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if we can move the water precinct down 1, or,
Yep.
Yeah, that one. I mean 12/3 and 12/10 seems like the most important.
Yeah. And then move water precinct to the 12th.
Yeah.
They can start it,
and then schedule a school callback.
Yeah.
then those last 3 nights are just whatever we need to do.
And then on top of that, we have We still have 12/17, 12/19,
Yeah.
not Christmas Eve, but then we have January. We have the 7th and the 9th, and then the 14th is a Tuesday, which is our final day. There's plenty of meeting days if we have Tuesday, Thursdays. So, go ahead, Peter.
I have a question about just the structure that we have used when we're actually potentially making adjustments to budgets in the past. I feel like in the past, we've been doing, and even as we were kind of deliberating a little bit on the school, we would go line by line and whatever, and then we're thinking about, okay, we're gonna make this cut now, or we wanna make a different change. Is there a different way we could go about this year, especially with the town, where we're literally just saying, like, I don't know, like, we're throwing out there, like, this is a line that I really, is a line of interest, so to speak, right? Instead of making the cut at that moment, we say, this is a line of interest for me. Is this something, we're making it a little bit less official. Is this something we all want to add to as a line of interest? So that we have our 30 lines that we want to revisit at the end, so that we're actually seeing them holistically a little bit more, as opposed to seeing them, I feel like in the past, we're just kind of seeing them separately. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
You know, I have a lot of energy right now, right? And so I'm looking at that line a lot. And then all of a sudden, we're looking at another line, we don't have the energy, we're not looking at it. So, I'm not sure if this is just an
Well,
ask
I
of each
feel like
other. Let's try to look at it that way, and then go back and make our changes.
Well, every member should kind of have an idea of what parts of the budget they want to look at.
I
Like, you
get
can
that,
go by
but
the
I'm gonna
lines.
learn when Brian brings something up, and I'll be like, oh, I didn't think of that. Yeah, I prioritize that more than the thing that I thought I was gonna be interested in.
I mean, I see his point, is that, it's like, if we're talking about one cut for this department, I might look at it differently than if it turns out there's 20 lines in this one department that we're looking at. My vote might be different, you know, if you look at it holistically. I mean, I always think it's better to have the conversation before you have the motion anyway.
Correct, yeah, just make sure we're having those conversations.
Yeah, but,
Isn't it's a bottom line budget, so I know you hear that a lot. I'm taking Jared's line from him. But, so you're really looking at, I want to cut from school administration, and you're cutting a chunk of money, and then the school board's purview to spend that money how we see fit. You're saying, I want to cut money from the teacher's line, I want to cut money from whatever it is, food service, and then that's all you do is cut an amount of money from that total department. And then the school board determines how that money is spent. And I believe that is the same for the town.
So, Elizabeth, was it your intention to make an actual motion to have Scott give us this information, or do you think?
oh, yeah.
Do you think
actually,
it would be, do you think, I just want to circle back, do you think it would be, would we need to, an organizational chart,
Just a
which
qu-
admin
Could we
each
just make a
school?
request?
don't
And
need
is
a
there any
motion.
other information we
Yeah.
think we need to go into this this issue of administration? I mean, those were the two things that I wanted, and I think some people mentioned what current enrollment we have, but is there anything else we need to know? Because I think now's the time to ask it, so they have time to get it together when we get to our deliberations.
I've been just interested in overall, how is the cost, has the cost shifted, right, to administration? Has our percentage of cost shifted to administration? And I want to say this with the argument that I think they have done a good job of presenting where they are trying to ramp up administration, right? They're not just saying, hey, we're just paying more for administration. They're saying, these are the things that we need our administrators to do that we haven't had them do in the past and we want. So that makes sense, but I still want to know what it's costing us in terms of the effect on everything else we're spending money on.
I don't want to beat a dead horse, but when Scott was here and we were doing the school discussions, and I had asked about a more condensed budget, looking the same, but putting it more together the way we similarly get in the year-to-date. You sit there and look at one number, and all of a sudden it's higher or lower, and they're like, oh, well, it just got transferred from this teacher, or it is impossible to see what you're doing just with teachers, because it's this specific teacher for this department for SPED, and then it's this teacher, and they're all really just teachers in the budget. So I mean, I know he said it would cost like $4,000 to get whatever software. I think personally, that would be money well spent. If you can't, you can, I don't know, understand how you can do a budget and give it to us in all that detail, but you can't do that same budget on the similar to the budget to actual that we see. That doesn't make sense to me. I mean, and from an accounting standpoint, that's like literally, I have people who try to do chart of accounts, and they have 1.5 million different categories under advertising. You're like, okay, great, you can see a total, but if you could only see the details, and it's like, well, advertising for this group, and then advertising this for this office, and that's literally how the school budget looks. You can't ever look and go, across the schools, they spend this much on advertising. Across the schools, they want to spend this much on teachers. It's a very obscure way to be looking that detailed.
I think those numbers are out there. If you looked, maybe they weren't presented that way, but I think when Scott was here, that he told you that the average cost of administration is 11.8% across the state, and that we're doing it for 10.4%.
Right.
So if you look at the metrics, we're not over-administrated.
I'm not
No,
just
that's
talking
not
about
the point.
administration, I'm talking about everything, though. You know, like even something as simple as, you know, just, we talked about the dues and subscriptions one time. I have literally no idea how much we spend on dues and subscriptions, because there's that same line in every single different group, in every single different school.
Understood, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's, mine isn't even coming from an the administrator issue. It's across the board a budget question, because it just seems like you can't wrap your head around it.
Peter?
I'm not motioning to end the meeting, but can I motion to let them all go home?
Well,
They're having fun.
they're having,
Do you see that?
they're not
They have
compelled to be
smiles
here.
over
Like,
there.
Yeah, they're,
I mean, I
No,
know their
I'm-
salary, so it doesn't cost us anymore for them to be here, but.
I'm not deputizing. The chief doesn't have, no. They can leave when they wish. They don't have to stay here.
Free to go, sir?
Yes, I think they will. Laura, go ahead.
Thank you. So I mean, if Elizabeth didn't, or I don't know, I would like to make a motion to officially ask for this, especially if, and I know we didn't know the conversation was gonna happen, but especially if one member like still already has it all. Like, let's share the information so we all can look at it and have the conversation.
Well, I would like the information to be official. I just
Oh,
don't
no,
want there to
I
be
agree.
any room to wiggle around on this. So, I mean, I'll make the motion. I would like to request those two pieces of information from the school board, I mean, from the, whatever, the SAU.
Organizational chart of which admin at each school
Yep,
and salary.
no, and job description.
Oh, and SAU, that's what I had.
Yes.
At each school and at the SAU.
Yes,
And their job descriptions.
yes.
Okay. Is there a second to that? Second by Frank. Any discussion? We talked about it.
Oh,
Kelly?
well, we can make the motion, I can ask after. Or
All right,
take- do
all
the-
those in favor of Elizabeth's motion, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Jack Carbonell abstains, the rest is unanimous. So do you want to send it, Danielle, do you want to send an email, or do you want me to send an email to Scott?
I'll send a communication to Scott with the official motion and
That
request.
sounds great, thank you. Kelly?
Is there a date that we're asking them to have it back by?
So if we're doing 12/3 and 12/10, with town, I'd say by 12/12, we can do the water precincts and talk about this stuff. That
I
still
just think
gives us
it's
a
fair
few
to
meetings.
ask them, give them a date.
Yeah.
My comment was just on, so Allison, to your point, we did include the year-to-date and also anything that was encumbered from last year in the town budget. But in respect to default, is there any questions or additional information that the board foresees asking regarding default budget for town or school? Just trying to anticipate if there's a change in data presentation.
I think I got to process a little bit first.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Laura?
I just agree with Allison, and I don't know at this point in time how long it would take someone to put together a different looking, because I had the same problem going through, especially like at home, going through before. Like, okay, this is, like, the one that I kept seeing was, like, now I'm not gonna have words for it, because it's, it was software.
Non-capital
Yes,
software.
whatever that was. it was in so many lines, and I'm like, "Wait, how much are we spending on software? I wanna see like how much we're spending on software, so I can ask, what is all the software?
Yeah.
It, like, I wanna request something.
So
and I'm not
RSA
exactly sure.
32 gives us the power to request the budget in any form that we want it to be in.
Okay,
If that is the case, we're allowed to put money in the budget, in our budget line specifically, so that we can fund that sort of thing for next year, whatever it is, right? But like, that's our purview if we want, but we don't even know how much something like that costs or what it looks like, so.
no, but I'm wondering.
And that's not this year, that's not gonna happen like this year, but
So we
I'm
can
just-
we can get nothing different this year.
No, I
Okay.
I mean, we're halfway through.
Well, I'm pretty sure on the school website, there is a budget with the actuals.
Yeah,
I'm
the budget to
90%
actual
sure.
one you can. That's why I couldn't understand
But I think
how
it's on the website. I just don't know what date it was updated by.
But I think we even have that printed. I think they gave that to us for this year, budget to actuals.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about? Yeah,
Yes.
we have those printed.
Yeah.
What I'm questioning is why we can't see the budget showing the previous years in the same format. You know how, so when you're looking at it'll show the 23 budget and the 23 actuals versus the 24.
Oh.
Like, so they're all next
A
to each
year
other
back, yeah,
in
got
that
it.
more condensed budget to actual.
Like this
for
level
current.
of details, like,
It's overwhelming.
We're hitting 10 o'clock, is there something else we can
well,
talk about at
can-
another time?
if there's nothing we can do about this.
10 o'clock on a Tuesday, no, I mean, I
Well,
can
that's
reach
not
out
what
to.
I mean, Joe. I mean, like,
No, I
do
can
we
reach out to Scott and
somebody?
ask him what particularly would he recommend for software, and then we can come back to the meeting with information with that, if you prefer that.
Yeah, ask him.
All
Ask
right,
him.
great, I will.
Ask him.
Danielle.
I'm just trying to get a clarification, because it looked like Laura said
Laura,
this.
Laura, you did
So
it over the
are you
green
looking
binder,
for-
so.
No, I meant this in the general
Because I was like, do we need to
So,
present?
yeah, if there's another form that
Yeah,
you want from the town,
yeah. 'Cause it-
we'd appreciate
I just
it.
don't think it's fair to go back and say to our department heads this year to, oh, just kidding, we want the budget like this halfway through the budget cycle. If we want to fund something and request it for next year, I think that's completely reasonable, but right now, like, this is what I mean.
Well, have the conversation with Scott about how much work it is, because if he can, it might be as simple as just filling out, putting the right, marking the right forms, or checking the right
And if we're
boxes, and you can
serious
print it out.
about it, then we're serious about it. I mean, it's fair for us to request kind of whatever if they're asking us to approve of a budget, in my opinion.
Peter,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I mean, I feel like this just comes down to, I don't want to do someone else's job for them, but it just sounds like one is done by function and one was done by location.
Yeah.
Right? And so we're looking at this expenditures report that helps us get a sense of like what's really happening on the ground, and it's done by function, but then we're talking about our proposed budget, and that's done by location. It's just,
Right.
I think all we're just asking is, can we just get that all in one format, right?
Right.
Like all
I
by
don't-
function
By function.
versus
That
location.
makes
I feel like if we were to ask Scott that, he would just be able to give us an answer like
Okay.
really fast.
I have to talk to Scott tomorrow anyway, so I'll talk to you about that.
Perfect.
So, Derek and Danielle, I would like to know at one point what the mean price of house is in Goffstown, or the average. I guess it's the mean, right?
Median.
Median or mean.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And what the average taxpayer pays. What's the average tax bill? For a resident, not for a.
Single family,
Single family resident,
so median, single family value
and tax
and
bill.
24 tax rate. Yep.
Tax bill.
Fifth,
I want the dollar amount.
fifth lowest tax burden in the country, New Hampshire's.
Okay, I think that's clear, I think we'll just disregard,
Fifth
well,
lowest- fifth
So usually
from
it'll be
the
like, oh, the average house in
45
Goffstown
states
is
more
$425.
Yep.
And the average taxpayer in Goffstown pays, whatever, $6,500, or whatever it is. I just want that information.
okay. We can provide that.
Thank you.
All right, is there a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Richard, second by Samantha. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any abstentions opposed? All right, we're adjourned.